Chapter 174. Let's go. I'll take you home. Jiang Hai wanted to leave. Fu Yuan and Xianghua here, even if they were reluctant, still had to leave. Although for Fu Yuan, his happiness for the rest of his life may be among these people, at least before the relationship was confirmed, his brothers were more important in his heart. Of course, according to Jiang Hai's estimation, the most important thing was that Yu Jia also left. After confirming that Yu Jia was not going to play with those people, Fu Yuan also walked to Jiang Hai step by step and said to him with a smile. His progress today was not bad. At least, he got Yu Jia's phone number. Send my ass. You are driving under the influence now. Take a taxi back. Rolling his eyes at Fu Yuan, Jiang Hai said with a look of contempt. Hey, I called to find a designated driver. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan didn't go crazy. If this place was close to home, then it would be fine. But if something happened, then it would be really troublesome. Fortunately, it was quite convenient to pay the price now. Generally, people who have a car to pay the price don't care about the 100 or 80, so it doesn't matter. Okay, the designated driver is charged according to the number of kilometers. It just so happens that you are on the way, and I'm not on the way. I'll take a taxi back. Looking at Fu Yuan and Xianghua, Jiang Hai didn't want them to take a detour. At the door of this hotel, there were many taxis. Jiang Hai was not worried about not being able to take a taxi. It's okay. It's just a little money. Hearing Jiang Hai's refusal, Fu Yuan was also a little embarrassed. After all, he forced Jiang Hai to come. Naturally, he also wanted to send Jiang Hai back. Jiang Hai. Just as Jiang Hai hesitated and wanted to accept his kindness, Feng Yunchen, who had just finished greeting the study commissary in the distance, ran over with a smile. When she saw her running over, she naturally attracted a lot of people's attention in an instant. Oh, what's the matter? Hearing her voice, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, then asked curiously. Tonight, I was so busy picking up food for you that I didn't have enough to eat. I don't care, you have to treat me to a good meal. Seeing Jiang Hai's puzzled gaze, Feng Yunchen pouted and said to Jiang Hai with a playful face. Oh, then we understand. We'll take our leave first. Hearing Feng Yunchen's words, although Fu Yuan still wanted to watch the fun here, Xianghua on the other side didn't drink too much, so he couldn't help but pull his clothes. Feeling that someone was pulling him, Fu Yuan looked at it and reacted. He nodded with a smile, then left with Xianghua. Looking at the two people who left, Jiang Hai couldn't help but open his mouth, then he looked at Feng Yunchen with some embarrassment. It's no problem to treat you to a meal, but tomorrow is the new year. It's so late now. There are no restaurants open. Otherwise, let's stay here. I'll treat you. Touching his hair, Jiang Hai said with a chuckle. No need to be so troublesome. It's expensive here, and I can't eat well. I'm easy to raise. Let's go to your house and buy 2 bags of instant noodles on the way. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunchen said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was also shocked. It seems that this progress is a bit fast. You want to go home with me so soon? Of course, do you still want to be in love with me for a few years? Feng Yunchen rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai. Feng Yunchen's words were already very clear. Jiang Hai was now pretending to be confused. At the moment, she was no longer polite. She walked directly to Jiang Hai's side, took Jiang Hai's arm in his pocket, and then strode forward with Jiang Hai. Seeing this scene, the men who were originally very interested in Feng Yunchen tonight were really heartbroken, especially Tian Chou, who was surrounded by a group of women. Watching Jiang Hai and Feng Yunchen leave, his heart was bleeding. But as Jiang Hai said, this guy was really scared. He didn't dare to face Jiang Hai head-on. Moreover, even if he wanted to find trouble with Jiang Hai, he couldn't do it because these classmates knew that Jiang Hai was now in the United States. Even if he wanted to make things difficult for Jiang Hai, he couldn't find a chance, so he could only watch with his eyes and his heart bleeding. Soon, a taxi turned from a distance. Feng Yunchen pulled Jiang Hai into the back seat. Looking at the taillights of the taxi speeding away, Tian Chou opened his mouth but found that he could hardly make a sound. However, while Tian Chou couldn't make a sound, someone made a sound. Looking in the direction where Jiang Hai and Feng Yunchen left, the class monitor, who was walking behind the crowd, took out her cell phone from her bag. Looking at the unfamiliar number on it, she hesitated for a moment and dialed it. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Qi Group in the capital, "President, are you really not going back this year?" The assistant wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses looked at Qi Li, who was standing in the office and looking at the world outside, and said to her carefully. At this time, in this huge building, only the lights in Qi Li's office were still on. The lights in the other departments, except for the door guards, had been turned off. Although Qi Li was usually cold, she was still very good to the employees in her company. She never owed them salary, and the monthly bonus would only be more and not less. During the New Year's holidays, there was almost no overtime in the unit. Even if there was overtime, the overtime pay given was the best in the industry. Every day, the company provided 2 meals, 1 lunch, and 1 dinner. The taste was quite good, and there was no charge. All of these were paid for by her. It could be said that the Qi Group was very popular in the country. It was precisely because of this that Qi Li's position in the hearts of these employees had always been very high. This New Year's this year, the company had already been on holiday yesterday. Some people who were far away from home and wanted to go home were even let go in advance. Such a boss was really rare in the industry. However, just as everyone was preparing to go home for the new year, Qi Li was still in this cold building. "I want to go back, but how can I go back? After I go back, what should I say if my mother asks about me and Jiang Hai? Instead of being unable to face it, it's better to stay in the capital with the excuse of being busy with work." With a sigh, Qi Li looked at the heavy traffic downstairs, which gave her a bigger headache. To be honest, she wanted to go home very much. She missed her mother, her younger sister, and her second younger sister. She didn't know whether she would come back this year or not, that damned Jiang Hai. "If you ask me, boss, you should just divorce him directly. This way, you can have an easier life." Hearing Qi Li's words, the assistant remembered the divorce agreement that was still hidden in Qi Li's desk. Ever since she took back the divorce agreement, Qi Li had not signed it. She didn't say that she didn't want to sign it. She had been putting it on hold. But if she kept putting it on hold, when would it come to an end? Divorce? Maybe. Hearing the assistant's words, Qi Li's eyes went blank again as she murmured softly. Just as her voice fell, a pleasant ringtone sounded beside her. This stunned Qi Li because this was her personal phone. Not many people knew this number. She casually glanced at it and found that she was not very familiar with this number. However, since she knew this number, it should be an acquaintance, so she picked it up. "Hello, is this Qi Li?" "It's me." Listening to the voice on the phone, Qi Li first tried to recall who the owner of this voice was. Then she put on a faint smile and said to the other side of the phone, "Oh, it's the class monitor. What's the matter?" Qi Li didn't know much about the class monitor, so her voice was very polite. "It's like this. We have a class reunion today. I sent you a text message a few days ago, but you didn't reply. You should be very busy. Well, I saw Jiang Hai today. He also came to the class reunion, but when he left with Feng Yunchen, a female classmate from our junior high school. I'm not saying this to provoke your relationship or anything like that. I just feel sorry for you if I don't tell you something. By the way, are you in Bing City now? Hearing Qi Li's voice, the class monitor began to talk non-stop. Pregnant women had a lot of things to do, and obviously this guy had a lot of things to do. At first, Qi Li was not interested in the class reunion at all. She saw the text message, but she didn't reply. Because as Jiang Hai said, first, she didn't want to pretend to be a fool, second, she didn't want to sleep with someone else, and third, she didn't need to expand her network. Why would she go there? So she hesitated for a moment, and was about to interrupt the class monitor and hang up the phone. But just when she was about to say something, the class monitor mentioned Jiang Hai's name. As soon as she heard these two words, Qi Li's originally somewhat lazy eyes instantly became fierce. Especially when she heard that Jiang Hai left with another woman, her eyes shone with a cold light. Thank you, class monitor. I'm not in Bing City now. Okay, I got it. I will talk to him. Sorry to trouble you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Li hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. This was the first time she heard news about Jiang Hai since the last time she spoke to him. But obviously, this was not good news. Help me prepare the earliest flight to Bing City. I want to go back now. Lu Li tightened her grip on the phone in her hand. She turned her head and looked at her assistant with a serious expression. Hearing Qi Li's words, the assistant was a little confused. However, her reaction was not slow. She immediately made a call, but the news she received was not very good. There are no more flights for today. We are only left with the 6:30 a.m. flight tomorrow. It will arrive at Bing City around 8:30 a.m. Then let's take that flight. We will go to the airport hotel now. Qi Li helplessly sighed when she heard the assistant's words. Okay, I have booked all the flights. But boss, why are you suddenly going back? Are you going back for the new year? The assistant kept her phone and asked Qi Li curiously. She remembered that Qi Li was not willing to go back just a while ago. No, we are going back to catch the adulterers. Chapter 175. Clang. With a sound, Jiang Hai's body unconsciously fell on the sofa, and the person who pushed him down was no one else but Feng Yunchen, who came back with him. But at this time, Feng Yunchen's face was a little red, and her originally beautiful face was also unusually coquettish at this time. Feng Yunchen's face was a little red, and her originally beautiful face was also unusually coquettish at this time. When they were in the restaurant, Feng Yunchen said that she wanted to go to Jiang Hai's house to eat. Since Jiang Hai did not refuse, it was impossible for him to go back to eat instant noodles like Feng Yunchen said. After Jiang Hai's taxi arrived downstairs, he found that the small restaurant near his home was still open, so he packed some food to go back to eat. As for Feng Yunchen, she went out for a walk when Jiang Hai went to buy food. When she came back, she was already carrying a beer and 2 bottles of red wine in her hand. Although it was not a good thing, since she bought it, Jiang Hai would just drink it. However, he only drank half of it, and Feng Yunchen had already made her move. She deliberately sat next to Jiang Hai. While drinking, she pulled her coat. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai was stunned again. He wanted to stand up, but Feng Yunchen stood up first and pushed him heavily onto the sofa. Then, she slowly pulled up her clothes. Cough, you also finished eating. Otherwise, I will take you home first. Looking at Feng Yunchen in front of him, Jiang Hai didn't know where to put his eyes. He coughed and tried to stop it. How is it, Jiang Hai? Are you excited? However, looking at Jiang Hai's innocent look, Feng Yunchen's clothes were almost taken off. Feng Yunchen had a figure that was very impressive for a northeastern girl. She was extremely tall, 1.72 meters tall. In addition to her occupation, her figure was very good. Originally, it was not visible under the thick winter clothes. Now, as she took off her sweater and trousers, her white and delicate skin and proud curves were displayed in front of Jiang Hai. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, she did not answer, but deliberately leaned down. For Asians, the existence of a pair of king weapons constantly attacked Jiang Hai's visual nerves. Cough 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 cough, this is not very good. Don't you have a boyfriend? Hearing her words, Jiang Hai's eyes evaded her gaze even more. With a red face, he whispered. Sigh, my boyfriend, let's not talk about it. When he was young, he was crazy in that aspect. He was already not good in that aspect, but he still wanted me to be his mistress. Other than money, he couldn't give me anything. In fact, I also understand that when he looked for me, it was nothing more than for me to support him when he went out, but I was destined to be unpresentable, wasn't I? Just like now, during the new year, he will still choose to go home, and I will always be the person who is lonely outside. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunchen gently bit her lips. Jiang Hai felt that she was speaking the truth. Then, she sat down on Jiang Hai's lap. That proud existence was almost in front of Jiang Hai. The pink lace clothes made that existence looming and extremely tempting. Feeling the triple influence of sight, touch, and smell, Jiang Hai kept swallowing his saliva. Why are you talking about him at this time? Are you not tempted by me at all? Tilting her head, Feng Yunchen whispered in Jiang Hai's ear. This is more like it. After all, I can't even give you money. Swallowing another mouthful of saliva, Jiang Hai whispered. I don't need your money. Let's not talk about this. How is my body? A little impulsive. As she spoke, Feng Yunchen leaned over. That pair of eyes that were like autumn waves kept glancing at Jiang Hai. This kind of words. Looking at the temptation in front of him, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say. Hey, you don't have to say it. You have already told me here. Seeing that Jiang Hai was still hesitating, Feng Yunchen had already slid down Jiang Hai's body. She gently stopped at the place where she needed to stop. She had already felt Jiang Hai's intentions. She didn't give Jiang Hai a chance to resist at all. She had already completely taken off Jiang Hai's pants. Seeing Jiang Hai's reaction, Feng Yunchen's face was very red. She didn't know if it was because she drank too much or because she was shy. I'm turning off the lights. Looking at Jiang Hai's completely stiff body, Feng Yunchen whispered while blowing in Jiang Hai's ear. After she finished speaking, she deliberately used her tongue to lick Jiang Hai's ear. Before Jiang Hai could react, she had already stood up, quickly turned off the lights in the living room, and then walked back to Jiang Hai's side. As her body leaned down, three indescribable things came to mind. An hour later, when the sound of the bed hitting the wall finally disappeared, Jiang Hai hugged Feng Yunchen's body and looked at the ceiling of his house weakly. There was some hesitation in his eyes. Someone said that men were actually the most hesitant, tangled, and contradictory creatures in the world. When they were asking for seeds, they were like dogs. After masturbating, they despised people for being ugly. Men always didn't like to think rationally at some critical moments. As the saying goes, you were a pervert before, and after that, you were a saint. Now, Jiang Hai also had this feeling. In the beginning, something happened between him, Maggie, and that unknown girl, but perhaps because the two of them weren't familiar with each other, Jiang Hai didn't feel any guilt in his heart. Instead, he quickly forgot about the two of them. But Feng Yunchen was different. She was his classmate. Moreover, taking a step back and seriously calculating it, regardless of whether she was the original wife or little alkali, she was someone who was taken. Wasn't it a little inappropriate for him to do this? Inappropriate? It was fine to do it with some women he wasn't familiar with, but this was his classmate. If he did it, it seemed a little inhumane. What's wrong? Why are you showing such a complicated expression? Under the moonlight, Feng Yunchen, whose body was covered with fine beads of sweat, arched in Jiang Hai's arms. After getting into a comfortable position, she squinted her eyes and whispered in Jiang Hai's ear. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Although he couldn't do things like pulling out a bird ruthlessly, he hesitated for a moment and decided to tell the truth. "Oh, I'm thinking, is it not good for us to do this? After all, don't think so much, and don't have any burden." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also looked at the woman beside him under the moonlight. "Just like when you first did it, think about it and feel that you have become a little impulsive. You have to deal with that impulse. Just like if there was no woman by your side, you would deal with it yourself. It's just that now, I have become your hand." Feng Yunchen took Jiang Hai's big hand and gently pressed her left hand on Jiang Hai's right hand. Is it? Looking at Feng Yunchen's pretty face, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say at this time. "Don't worry too much about this kind of thing. If you are so nervous, you may be exposed one day," Feng Yunchen said with a chuckle after kissing Jiang Hai's face gently. Feeling what Feng Yunchen said, Jiang Hai really didn't know how to express it this time. He could only turn his body and hug the girl in front of him like hugging a pillow. He leaned his head against her head and slowly fell asleep. As for Feng Yunchen, she also raised her head and glanced at Jiang Hai's face, which was not handsome. Perhaps in the beginning, she approached Jiang Hai because she took a fancy to the financial resources behind Jiang Hai, but at this time, she only felt that she was a woman. Thinking about it, for so many years, she hadn't had a good sleep for a long time. But in Jiang Hai's arms, she felt very at ease. As the breathing gradually calmed down, the two also fell asleep one after another. This night, Jiang Hai also slept very comfortably. But early the next morning, Jiang Hai was awakened by the tossing. He opened his eyes in a daze and found that Feng Yunchen was kneeling on the bed and constantly busy. Feeling that Jiang Hai moved, she also raised her head and looked at Jiang Hai. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Picking up the phone, Jiang Hai glanced at it. It was just 9:00 in the morning. Last night, they finished dinner after 10 o'clock. It was 11:00 when they went home. When they started doing that, it was almost 1 o'clock. When they fell asleep, it was already about 3:00. Even if Jiang Hai's physical fitness was good, after falling asleep, 6 hours of sleep was obviously not enough for him to get up on his own. Besides, today was New Year's Eve, it was a bit too early. This is called morning chew. I learned it from a sister. I haven't used it yet. You are the first one. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunchen also raised her head and smiled sweetly at Jiang Hai. "So I'm honored." Patting his forehead, Jiang Hai said with a chuckle. "Of course, you don't move. Enjoy it." Patting Jiang Hai's thigh, Feng Yunchen also lay down this time. Ding 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 ding. Just as Jiang Hai was feeling the morning service that he had never felt before, the doorbell of his house rang quickly. Listening to the harsh doorbell, Jiang Hai was shocked, and Feng Yunchen was also shocked. "Who is it?" Scratching his head, Jiang Hai hasn't been home for several months. "Who is it? Coming up and ringing the doorbell like this during the new year?" Signaling Feng Yunchen not to worry, Jiang Hai stood up first. After putting on his sweater and pants, he opened the door. When Jiang Hai opened the door, a pretty face came into Jiang Hai's eyes. Their eyes met, and time stopped at this moment. Chapter 176. It's you? The two people, separated by a door frame, looked at each other for about 10 seconds. Jiang Hai slowly said a sentence, and it was precisely because of Jiang Hai's words that the person outside the door woke up. "It's me." The person outside the door straightened her clothes, coughed softly, and looked into the room. Listening to this soft and stubborn female voice, Jiang Hai laughed at himself. How did she find this place? Jiang Hai, who is it? Just as the two people looked at each other but had nothing to say, Feng Yunchen, who was in the room, also came out wrapped in a blanket. Bing City was located in the northernmost part of Wuxia. Naturally, there was heating. No matter how low the temperature outside was, the temperature in the room was always 26 degrees above zero, so it was not cold to wrap a blanket. When she saw the woman standing at the door, her sixth sense told her that this woman might not be easy to deal with. When the woman saw her, a murderous look flashed in her eyes, but she suppressed it instantly. "Oh, it's nothing. You go back to the house first." "What's the matter? President Qi?" Feeling the two women's eyes cross-fire more than 10 times in mid-air, Jiang Hai immediately spoke. After sending Feng Yunchen into the house, Jiang Hai also looked at the woman outside the door and said. Yes, this woman was none other than Jiang Hai's nominal wife, ex-wife, Qi Li. Today, Qi Li was obviously not in a good mood and state. It was understandable. Although the company was on the right track, recently her mother had been asking her to go home for the new year, but she did not know how to explain to her mother. At the same time, after learning the news that Jiang Hai was back last night, she almost did not sleep that night. She caught the earliest flight back to Bing City this morning. After getting off the plane, she went to Jiang Hai's house. It would be strange if she was in a good mood. If one looked carefully, they would find that this woman's eyes were bloodshot. "I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll wait for you in the car downstairs." After taking a deep breath, Qi Li suppressed the nameless fire in her heart, then looked at Jiang Hai and said word by word. She then turned around and went downstairs. Psycho. Looking at Qi Li's leaving figure, Jiang Hai couldn't help but whisper. Originally, he didn't want to talk to her, but after considering that they really should have a face-to-face talk, Jiang Hai shook his head and let her go. Jiang Hai, that was. At this moment, Feng Yunchen, who heard the sound of the door closing, also poked her small head out of the room and asked Jiang Hai curiously. "Oh, my ex-wife. Sigh, I don't know what to say. Why don't you wait for me? I'll go down first." Looking at the girl who slept with him last night, Jiang Hai really didn't know how to explain. "Oh, it's okay. You do your thing. I should go home too. I didn't go back last night. My mom called me several times." Feng Yunchen smiled and stuck out her tongue. Then she didn't mind Jiang Hai's gaze and changed her clothes in the room. It was late last night. Although there were lights, Jiang Hai still didn't see Feng Yunchen's figure clearly. Now that he saw it, Jiang Hai couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. Feng Yunchen's figure was really great. She had a height of 1.72 meters, long curly hair, and exquisite facial features that had already been introduced, which formed the most eye-catching face. Her figure was even better. Perhaps it was because she had been training all year round, but there were some faint lines of muscle on her body. However, it didn't look very manly. Instead, it added a kind of heroic spirit. Her extremely long legs, coupled with her charming buttocks, a waist without a trace of fat, and an E-grade upper body, were all sharp weapons that attracted the attention of men. My figure is not so easy to build. Although my face has been injected, this figure is trained bit by bit. It's pretty good. Feeling Jiang Hai's burning gaze, Feng Yunchen said heartily. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but withdraw his gaze and quickly put on his clothes. However, it would take a lot of time for a woman to clean up. After Jiang Hai put on his clothes, she still spent more than 10 minutes to put on her clothes. This was still under the condition that she didn't put on makeup. When Jiang Hai and Feng Yunchen went downstairs, it was already 20 minutes later. Just downstairs, Jiang Hai saw a Bentley Mulsanne parked in the distance. Jiang Hai was very familiar with this car. It was Feng Yinshan's car. When they got married, this car was used as the wedding car. However, Jiang Hai didn't rush forward. Instead, he went to the roadside first. After helping Feng Yinshan get a taxi, he came to the back of the car and gently knocked on the window. "Get in the car." The window slowly rolled down, revealing Qi Li's iceberg-like pretty face. She said coldly to Jiang Hai, "Forget about getting in the car. If you have something to say, just say it. I have to see my parents." Shaking his head, Jiang Hai rejected Qi Li's words and said with a serious face. To be honest, Jiang Hai really didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. "I'll go with you. If you are a man, get in the car. Don't be so wishy-washy." Hearing that Jiang Hai rejected her words again, Qi Li's eyes were wide, and she said with a heroic face. Feeling Qi Li's aura, Jiang Hai's mouth twitched disdainfully. "You didn't go when my mother was gone. Why are you talking about going now? If there is nothing else, I will leave." Jiang Hai shook his head. Although he didn't care about other women, at least he wouldn't be so tough. But he really couldn't be soft-hearted to Qi Li. "I want to talk to you about our marriage. Get in the car." Seeing that Jiang Hai finished speaking and turned to leave, Qi Li was also a little anxious. She immediately opened the car door and said loudly to Jiang Hai. Hearing that she finally got to the main topic, Jiang Hai's footsteps paused, then he nodded and walked to the other side of the car and sat in the back seat. When Qi Li saw Jiang Hai get in the car, although she was a little unhappy, she also sat back. "Master, please cremate her." After the car door was closed, Jiang Hai patted the driver sitting in the driver's seat and said to him. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, the driver looked at Qi Li's assistant in the passenger seat. He couldn't make the decision. "Listen to him. Let's go." At this time, Qi Li, who was sitting steadily, also said to the person in front. After hearing Qi Li's words, the car slowly started and drove to the crematorium. "If you have something to say, just say it." The car sped slowly on the road, and the atmosphere in the car was a little awkward. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai decided to start the conversation. After all, he was a man, so he thought that he should start the conversation first. "This year, I hope that you can accompany me home." Hearing that Jiang Hai finally spoke, Qi Li also looked out of the window and said coldly. She really didn't know how to face Jiang Hai now, so she could only look outside. "President Qi, I think you may be disappointed. We are divorced, aren't we?" Glancing at Qi Li sitting next to him, Jiang Hai scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said to Qi Li, "As long as my signature is not on that paper, then we are not divorced. You are my legal husband. Even if you go all over the world, you can't change that." Hearing Jiang Hai mention the divorce agreement, Qi Li's words were cold. "Oh, do you think I still don't understand the law? How long have we been married? How long have we been separated? Did anything happen between us? I think you know as well as I do. The reason why I applied for a divorce and gave you an agreement is to save your face. Let's part on good terms." "Well, we didn't get together at all, so it's better to part on good terms. If you make up your mind not to sign, then I will go to the court to apply for a divorce. I don't think it will be very troublesome." Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed. When he needed help the most, he was not threatened by others, let alone now. "Yes, you can apply for a divorce at any time, but don't forget that after the divorce is confirmed, you will give me half of your property in Boston." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li's voice seemed to ease a little, and she said slowly. "My money, why should I give it to you? Does it have anything to do with you? If I give you the things in Boston, you should also give me half of your money." Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai frowned and said loudly. Winthrop's manor is Jiang Hai's lifeblood, and now no one knows the value of the manor better than he does. Not to mention anything else, the cow alone is worth more than $1 billion. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not be willing to give half of the money to Qi Li. Oh, you still say you understand the law? Are you sure? Your manor in Boston was bought by you when our marriage was still going on, which is our common property. My shares were inherited from my father, and my father died before we got married. When I inherited the property, it was also before we got married. That is to say, my money is premarital property, and your manor is postmarital property. No matter where you go to sue, as long as we don't divorce by agreement, half of your manor is mine. Maybe she was stimulated by Jiang Hai's words. Qi Li also turned over with red eyes, staring at Jiang Hai and explaining the law to him word by word. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai licked his lips. He didn't know whether Qi Li was telling the truth or not, but he vaguely felt that she didn't deceive him. Even if he didn't get half, even if he got 1/10, Jiang Hai would still feel distressed. Looking at Jiang Hai's speechless look, Qi Li felt refreshed for no reason. She felt that since she learned that Jiang Hai ran away a few months ago, she was always angry when facing Jiang Hai. Now that she had won back one round, her heart was really relaxed for no reason. Looking at Jiang Hai's speechless look, she smiled. Chapter 177. Do you understand now? Whether we divorce or not, it's up to me, not you. Gently knocking on the handle of the car, Qi Li's originally ice-cold face showed a smile, and then she said softly to Jiang Hai. Then you're not going to sign it? Lowering his head, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say now. If he really had to give up half of the manor to divorce, then he could grit his teeth and sign it. If he didn't sign it now, then he would be in trouble. No, I can sign it. I'm not interested in your manor in Boston, but I have a request. Seeing that Jiang Hai seemed to have made up his mind, Qi Li smiled. She had a firm grasp of Jiang Hai's mentality. Although the two were the same age, in terms of social experience and negotiation skills, Jiang Hai was dozens of streets behind Qi Li. From the beginning, she knew that Jiang Hai wanted to take the initiative. In this case, she needed to be heavy-handed. Sure enough, with a few words, she suppressed Jiang Hai's original anger. At this time, with Jiang Hai's stubborn temper, it was estimated that the fish would die and the net would break. Qi Li came to find Jiang Hai, first, not to break her own net, and second, not to catch a dead fish. After testing Jiang Hai's bottom line, she wanted to give Jiang Hai hope, a sweet date. Sure enough, when Qi Li's voice fell, Jiang Hai's eyes were once again filled with hope as he looked at her. I want you to go to my house for the new year tonight. After the new year, I will consider signing it. Looking at Jiang Hai's eyes, Qi Li's heart was filled with loneliness and helplessness. She really didn't want to play such tricks on the person who was nominally the closest to her. But it seemed that if she didn't play these tricks, she and Jiang Hai would have to completely break off contact with each other. Whether it was because of her mother or because of other reasons, she couldn't break off with Jiang Hai now. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai looked at her doubtfully. Are you serious? Of course, although I, Qi Li, am not a man, when have I not taken my word seriously? Seeing Jiang Hai's hopeful eyes, Qi Li nodded seriously, but her eyes were always a little evasive. Okay, I'll believe you. However, Jiang Hai didn't notice her gaze, but patted his leg. As long as he could completely get rid of this woman's shadow, he didn't mind going again. Anyway, it was just a social event. Okay, then let's go burn paper first. Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed, Qi Li also nodded and sat in her seat without saying anything. Jiang Hai was still in a state of excitement. He was finally going to get a divorce. Well, other people were very excited when they got married, but Jiang Hai was obviously different from the ordinary other people. The car drove very fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the crematorium. Jiang Hai deliberately stopped the car first, bought a lot of paper money in blood, and went to his parents' place. Although the grave couldn't be moved because it hadn't been 3 years, Jiang Hai specially gave some money to the people in charge of cleaning here when he came back last time and asked them to help take care of the ashes. Now that he had come over to take a look, it was true that these people had taken good care of them. There was not a single speck of ash on the urn or the table. This made Jiang Hai very satisfied. Then he lit incense for his parents and sat there, whispering some small talk. At least Qi Li, as she had said, also came over. Although she did not speak, she also stood there quietly. Looking at the photo of Jiang Hai's parents, she also remembered a long time ago when she was young. She remembered the braised pork that Jiang Hai's mother made. She remembered how Jiang Hai fought with other boys in school because of her. She remembered how Jiang Hai wanted to borrow her homework to copy. She remembered how shocked Jiang Hai was when he found out that she was leaving. She suddenly realized that her relationship with Jiang Hai had been intertwined for more than 10 years, but she didn't know when it started, but they gradually drifted apart. When her mother mentioned that she wanted to marry Jiang Hai, the only other feeling she had for Jiang Hai other than disgust was a boy she knew when she was young. That was all. Those scenes, those stories, they were all hidden in the depths of his memories. Now that she and Jiang Hai were like this, she didn't know if she should blame Jiang Hai or blame herself. If she had accepted her fate at that time, if she had treated their relationship seriously, if she hadn't left Bing City, but it was meaningless to talk about these now, because things had already happened. She had to find a way to change things for the better. After sitting there for about half an hour, Jiang Hai stood up. Then he took the paper money, ingots, and banknotes he bought for his parents to the stove at the back. This time, Jiang Hai didn't ask Qi Li to help. She didn't know how to help even if he asked her. Jiang Hai burned all these things himself. With the fire burning brightly, Jiang Hai and Qi Li left. "Let's go now," Jiang Hai said to Qi Li as he patted the dust off his body and got into the car. "Go? Where are we going?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li, who hadn't said a word, crossed her long legs in the car and looked outside quietly. "Didn't you say you were going to see your mother?" Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai was stunned. He didn't need to go. Then he was quite willing. Qi Li rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai. She pointed at the clothes he was wearing and said with an unhappy face, "You're going to wear this? Damn, it's a brand, Archaeopteryx. This is not cheaper than a suit. At least, it's not cheaper than those white-collar suits in your company." Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai was anxious. Why were people always talking about his clothes? This has nothing to do with whether it's cheap or expensive. Wearing a suit at my house is a form of respect for my mother. Moreover, is Archaeopteryx really expensive? With your current net worth, you still have the nerve to say this? Other than your watch that's not bad, I don't see what's good about it. She pointed at the watch on Jiang Hai's wrist. Okay, this watch did help Jiang Hai gain a lot of attention. "Yo, an expert. Do you want me to treat you to my homemade shredded fried noodles?" Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai smiled. "I'm not in the mood to chat with you. Change." Rolling her eyes at Jiang Hai, Qi Li said unhappily. "Then I'll go back and change into sportswear. I only brought 3 sets of clothes." When he heard Qi Li say that his clothes were not good, Jiang Hai grinned. He hated wearing suits the most. It had nothing to do with whether it was cheap or expensive. His coat, the one made of mountain lion skin, cost more than $6,000, which was equivalent to more than $40,000. Although it was not comparable to top brands such as Burberry, it was still better than the average luxury brand. After all, it was worth a lot of money. "You win. Let's go and buy it directly." Looking at Jiang Hai's nonchalant expression, Qi Li took a deep breath. This Jiang Hai was really shameless. But she had no choice. She could only tell the driver in front that today, not only her and her mother, but also her second uncle and his family. So, Jiang Hai couldn't go today. Even if he wanted to go, he couldn't embarrass her. To her, spending tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to buy a suit for Jiang Hai was not a big deal. Although Jiang Hai might not be willing to spend so much money. The driver was very familiar with Bing City's roads. In Bing City, there were two places that sold luxury goods. One was Mikhail, and the other was Zhuozhan. This time, they went straight to the latter. After they arrived, Jiang Hai became a model and walked around with Qi Li. Originally, Qi Li didn't know much about Jiang Hai's body. After all, she had never seen Jiang Hai's body before. But today, she found out that Jiang Hai's body was really good. She wondered if he had always been like this or had changed recently. After walking around for more than an hour, when both of them came out, Jiang Hai had changed into a new suit. As Jiang Hai would rather die than wear a suit, Qi Li chose a Versace suit for him. It was a knitted sweater inside and a sweater outside. It looked very casual, but Jiang Hai felt that it was quite tight. His belt, pants, and even shoes were changed. As Jiang Hai would rather die than wear leather shoes, he felt that wearing leather shoes was too uncomfortable. In the end, he changed into a pair of casual shoes. But he did not let Jiang Hai wear his hiking shoes. "Can we go now?" Jiang Hai loosened his collar. He felt uncomfortable wearing this kind of slim-fit suit. Qi Li looked at Jiang Hai casually. She was still not satisfied with what Jiang Hai was wearing. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. But Jiang Hai had been wearing casual clothes for too long, and he had a wild aura. Compared to those successful people, he was already out of place. Luckily, he was not wearing a suit. If not, he would feel even more uncomfortable. "Not now. We still need to buy some New Year's gifts for my mother, like food and necessities." "I don't know about necessities. But if it's food, follow me." Thinking for a moment, since he wanted to give a gift, the best thing to eat was naturally the beef from Jiang Hai's manor. He had sent a lot of it to Bingcheng. Now, he only needed to go to Fuyuan's house to get it. Although she was curious why Jiang Hai didn't need to eat, Qi Li didn't directly refuse this time. She vaguely guessed that Jiang Hai probably wanted to give her the beef from his manor. Even if the beef wasn't very good, her mother would still be very happy. Then the two of them got in the car again and went to Jiangbei Fuyuan's house. When they knocked on the door of Fuyuan's house, Fuyuan had just woken up. When he saw Jiang Hai, he started to talk nonsense. "Oh, brother, you are still awake? Did that little vixen, sister-in-law is also here?" When he saw Qi Li walking in with Jiang Hai, the smile on his face froze. "All right, stop talking nonsense. Where's the beef? I want to send some to Qi Li's mother." Seeing Fuyuan's awkward expression, Jiang Hai smiled and said to him. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fuyuan immediately brought Jiang Hai to his fridge. Although the best way to keep this kind of beef was to be cold, if the conditions did not allow, it could be frozen. Although it would lose some of its texture, it would still taste good. Jiang Hai was very confident in his beef. He casually chose 2 pieces of Tianjin beef and left. After leaving Fuyuan's house, both of them got into the car and headed to their destination. Chapter 178. Ding Dong. Along with the ringing of the doorbell, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from the villa. As the door opened, a young girl dressed in maid attire poked her head out. When she saw the 2 people outside the door, her eyes couldn't help but widen, her face full of disbelief. "What's wrong, Xiao Bi? Don't you recognize me?" Looking at the girl's surprised look, Qi Li, who was outside the door, revealed a rare smile and said to the girl inside the door. Hearing Qi Li's words, the girl suddenly shouted. Miss, son-in-law, come in. Madam, Miss and son-in-law are back. After hurriedly letting Jiang Hai and Qi Li into the house, she ran into the house and shouted loudly. Hearing the girls shout, Jiang Hai also chuckled. For this Xiao, Jiang Hai had seen her several times. Speaking of this child, she was also a pitiful person. She was 4 years younger than Jiang Hai and was 23 years old this year. Her father was also an old employee of Qi Li's father's company. His surname was Zheng. When he just started the company, it was not stable. So all year round, they worked hard in the capital. It was not easy for them to come back during the new year, so they must take the child out to play. When Xiao was 12 years old, her family went out to play. As a result, they had an accident on the highway. Her parents died on the spot. Although she did not suffer any injuries, she was still scared. Since then, there were some problems with her brain. Because Qi Li's father pitied the child, he took her back home and raised her with his younger daughter. They had always treated her as their own daughter, but Xiao did not think so. She always thought that she owed Qi Li's family a lot of things, so after she turned 19, she stopped going to school because she knew that she wouldn't be able to learn anything. Instead of wasting the family's money, she might as well focus on being a servant at home and fight to do all the chores. Although she didn't do well at first, her personality was extremely stubborn. Qi Li's family had told her many times, and they didn't want her to work, but she was determined to do so. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Everyone in the family had gotten used to the way she dressed. However, if anyone dared to treat her as a real servant, that person would be in trouble. Because to Qi Li and the others, Xiao would always be their third sister. Jiang Hai had seen Xiao Moth several times, but not when he was a child, but when he grew up. After all, he was going to marry Qi Li, so he must have come here many times. He also approved of Xiao Moth from the bottom of his heart. Under the guidance of the other servants, Jiang Hai first changed into slippers and then walked into the room with the meat. As soon as he walked in, he saw 4 people sitting in the living room. There were 2 men and 2 women, 2 old men and 2 young men. The 2 old men were sitting on the sofa, while the 2 young men were a man and a woman. The man was sitting on a sofa not far away, playing with his phone. As for the woman, she was sitting beside him. She looked at the man with the corner of her eyes, and then looked at Qi Li and Jiang Hai who came in. As for Qi Li's mother, after hearing the sound, she had already stood up from the sofa and welcomed them with a happy face. You know, usually, she might not see her eldest daughter more than a few times a year. As for her son-in-law, she almost never saw him. Especially in the past 6 months, it seemed that Jiang Hai did not come even once. Ah, Mom, Happy New Year. When he saw Qi Li's mother, Jiang Hai subconsciously wanted to call her aunt, but as soon as the word, came out, he was kicked by Qi Li who was next to him. Jiang Hai also knew that he had to put on a show, so he shouted awkwardly. But when he heard this, the man who was playing games there couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. What? You don't even know how to call your mother, Mom, when did you become a Tartar? Casually putting away his mobile phone, the man said with a look of contempt. Hearing his words, the faces of Qi Li and Qi Li's mother changed. As for the 2 middle-aged men on the other side, they just smiled and said nothing. It could be seen that in Qi Li's family, they were also not very optimistic about Jiang Hai. If it was half a year ago, maybe Jiang Hai would endure it, but now, it was impossible for him to endure it. Hey, Mom, when did we have guests in our house? It's New Year's Eve, why don't you stay at home and enjoy the new year? How can you visit us on New Year's Eve? You are really ignorant. Hearing this guy's words, Jiang Hai didn't even care about them, but directly said to Qi Li's mother. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li couldn't help but look at Jiang Hai, but she didn't say anything. As for Qi Li's mother, she also looked at the person who she had watched grow up from childhood. This guy really dares to say anything. What are you talking about? Who is an outsider? When the four people here heard Jiang Hai's words, their faces immediately changed. When the woman's son was talking about Jiang Hai, she pretended not to hear it, but now that Jiang Hai retorted, she was the first to stand up. "Auntie, what's your surname?" Hearing this woman's words, Jiang Hai retorted without saying anything. "You." When she heard Jiang Hai say her surname, the woman couldn't help but be speechless, because she was also an outsider. "Okay, why are you guys quarreling on New Year's Eve? It's not easy for Xiaoli and Jiang Hai to come back. Hurry up and sit down." At this time, the man also put on a stern face and said to the people in front of him with a serious face. Hearing his words, the few people around him didn't move. As for Jiang Hai, he curled his lips. "You said not to quarrel, and you said not to quarrel? Who do you think you are? Just now, when your wife and son were shouting, why didn't they see you shouting? You had the upper hand, so why are you quarreling? Shame on you." Just as he was about to talk back, he was pulled by Qi Li, and Jiang Hai temporarily closed his mouth. Jiang Hai had seen this family a few times. The man was called Qi Yuanlong, Qi Li's second uncle, and also her father's biological brother. However, compared to Qi Li's father, this guy couldn't do anything and didn't leave anything behind. If he didn't have the company's shares and dividends every year, he might have starved to death if he was allowed to indulge in debauchery. The woman next to him was called Zhang Yu, a third-tier celebrity who was 10 years younger than him. She was raped 10 years ago and only became a full-time employee 6 years ago. The young man next to him was called Qi Zhengtao, Qi Yuanlong's son. He was 23 years old this year and was also a playboy who indulged in debauchery. His biggest wish was to inherit the company, and he was the kind of person who was more ambitious than the sky. When Qi Li's father was still alive, he had let him enter the company, but no matter what he did, he was muddle-headed. Later, in order to prevent him from destroying the company, he gave him some money to start a business, but the result was even worse. He lost money no matter what he did, and was extremely incompetent. However, he still insisted that he was quite good, and that he was just unlucky. If he increased the investment in him, he would definitely succeed. For such a person, Jiang Hai could only laugh. As for the woman next to Qi Zhengtao, her name was Lu Si, and she could be considered his fiancée. She was the daughter of the general manager of a subsidiary company of the Qi Group. She was a very good girl, beautiful and knowledgeable, but it seemed like a fresh flower inserted in cow dung. "Come, come, come. Sit down. You haven't been here for a long time." In order to avoid the awkwardness, Qi Li's mother held Jiang Hai's hand and walked to the sofa with a smile. As she walked, she complained to Jiang Hai. "That's right. It's not easy for your mother to stay here alone. Qi Li still has work to do in the capital, and you have nothing to do in Bing City. Why don't you come here every few days to visit? It's not right of you to do this." Hearing Qi Li's mother's words, Qi Yuanlong took a sip of the tea in front of him and said slowly to Jiang Hai. He had the demeanor of an elder. "Mom, I haven't been in China recently. I went abroad and bought a manor. This is the meat of the cattle raised in my manor. I brought some over for you to try." Hearing this person's words, Jiang Hai didn't even pay attention to her. Instead, he continued to smile and said to Qi Li's mother. At the same time, he also handed over the beef in his hand. "Oh, you don't want to live in the city and go to the countryside to raise cattle? Why raise cattle? Water buffaloes." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Zhengtao, who had just been rebutted, sat up with a mocking expression and said to Jiang Hai. "Don't talk about it like that. I don't think that people in the city are the same as people in the countryside. Whether it's the city or the countryside, they all rely on their own hands to make a living and support their families. It's better than those who live there every day. Glancing at Qi Zhengtao, Jiang Hai said disdainfully. Qi Zhengtao stood up immediately after hearing Jiang Hai's words. He thought that he was a talented, knowledgeable, and very capable person. What he hated the most was others mentioning something he didn't do. Especially when these words came from Jiang Hai, whom he had always looked down on, which made him even angrier. To put it bluntly, in their opinion, Jiang Hai was a person who married into the family. What right did he have to speak? Okay, stop talking. Second brother, it's good for young people to be hot-tempered, but this year is New Year's Eve. If you don't want to spend New Year's here, then go back. Seeing that Qi Zhengtao was about to say something unpleasant, Qi Li's mother spoke at this time. As the head of the family, Qi Li's mother's words were extremely important. Moreover, she had always been very protective of Jiang Hai. Of course, this was also because of Qi Li's relationship. She immediately said to Qi Yuanlong's family with a cold face. Sister-in-law, it's a misunderstanding. Zhengtao was just joking. Young people can't take it seriously. By the way, big brother should be here soon. Seeing that Qi Li's mother was serious, Qi Yuanlong immediately said with a smile and changed the topic. Chapter 179. Knock, knock, knock. Just when the atmosphere was getting awkward, someone knocked on the door from outside. After hearing the sound, Xiao Yi quickly walked out of the room and opened the door of the villa. Facing the cold wind, 3 people walked in from outside. One of them was older than Qi Li, and the other 2 were about the same age as Jiang Hai and Qi Li. However, the moment the 3 of them walked into the villa, Qi Li, who was eating oranges, and Qi Li's mother, who already had a very bad expression, instantly changed their expressions. Among them, Qi Li stood up immediately. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Get out. Qi Li pointed at one of the men who came in with a smile on his face. Without any courtesy, she pointed at him and reprimanded him. Hey, eldest niece, he's a guest. How can you be so rude? Hearing her words, the person walking at the front pulled a long face and said impatiently. I'll say it again. You're not welcome here. Get out. However, Qi Li acted as if she didn't hear the man and continued to say. Sister-in-law, is this how you treat your guests? After all, there are no men in your family. Chang Wu is my guest. If you chase him away, that means you're chasing me away too. Seeing that Lu Li didn't give him any face, the man's face turned a little ugly. He knew how stubborn his niece was. At this time, it was better to clear things up with Qi Li's mother. My attitude is the same as Xiao Li's. Big brother, don't forget that our family's crisis has just passed. If you stand with our enemy now, we're not the ones who are in the wrong. Qi Li's mother stood up gently from the sofa. Her face was also ugly. The big brother they were talking about was originally called Qi Song. He could be considered Qi Li's grandfather. However, they weren't blood-related. Qi Song's father was Qi Li's grandfather's brother. They could be considered relatives from the previous generation. Logically speaking, since they had already separated from the family, Qi Song shouldn't be able to control Qi Li's family. However, in fact, this guy was the most scheming one. If he was really like Qi Yuanlong and his family were all good-for-nothings, it would be a good thing for Qi Li. Even if she had to use money to support them, it wouldn't matter as long as they didn't cause trouble for her. However, the bad thing was that this guy was quite capable. Qi Song was originally the first person in their family to do business. When Qi Li's father started his business, he had also followed this cousin. Although Qi Song's father's business, Qi didn't fail, although Qi Song's business, he didn't make any progress. This made him very unhappy. He always thought that everything in the Qi family should belong to him, not like now. What do you mean by enemy? Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I'm also very sad about what happened to Qi Li's father, but we all know that Qi Li's father died of a heart attack. What does this have to do with Changwu? If you insist on blaming the An family, then it's An Sun and An Zhangyong's business. What does this have to do with Changwu, who didn't take power at that time? Moreover, Changwu has been living a hard life these years. We all know about his relationship with Xiaoli. Is there anyone who cares more than him? Hearing Qi Li's mother's words, Qi Song's face changed and he started to talk nonsense seriously. Uncle, I'll call you uncle now, but don't take advantage of your seniority. Don't tell me that you don't know why my father suddenly had a heart attack. If it weren't for this guy, our family would still be reunited, and wouldn't be like this now. Hearing Qi Song's shameless words, Qi Li's face changed. She pointed at Qi Song and said seriously. Sister, you're wrong. Your father originally had a heart attack. Besides, the failure of the acquisition was just an accident. Besides, didn't you also benefit from it? Now the Lu family is still in power in your family. Now that Changwu has the intention to come and apologize, although that matter has nothing to do with him, it's also a matter of attitude. We should be lenient whenever possible. It's easy to make enemies. This time, Changwu also came here with a cooperation plan. We might as well listen to it. Hearing Qi Li's words, Lu Song was a little embarrassed. Taking advantage of your seniority. How could you say these words so casually? While Qi Song's expression turned ugly, another person behind him stood up and said with a smile, "Don't worry." This person was called Qi Liangkai, Qi Song's son. He was 35 years old this year. Like Qi Song, he was very ambitious. Originally, when Qi Li's father died, his family had the highest voice to take over the Qi family. After all, Qi Li was a woman, and she was not old at that time. Unexpectedly, Qi Li's mother was decisive enough. Qi Li was directly married off to Jiang Hai. A married woman was obviously more trustworthy than an unmarried one, especially when the person she was marrying did not have any influence. Just like that, Qi Song's family said goodbye to their original throne. This made them very uneasy and unhappy. After more than a year of hard work, Qi Li seemed to be more and more stable in the company. It was said that wealth moved people's hearts. In order to control the company's lifeline, it seemed that they would not hesitate to cooperate with their enemies. Hearing Qi Liangcai's words, Qi Li and her mother's faces became very ugly. They were not politicians, but even politicians had a bottom line. Now, what did Qi Song mean? Cooperation. They were in a situation where they would not stop until one of them died. Who would cooperate with whom? Just when the mother and daughter were flushed because of anger and did not know what to say, a joking voice came from behind. Although the voice was not loud, it clearly entered everyone's ears. Hearing this voice, everyone looked back and naturally saw Jiang Hai sitting there at a glance. Hey, I always thought that my skin was thick enough, but I did not expect that there is someone in this world who is thicker than me. Qi Li, today I have learned something new. What do you mean, boy? Facing Qi Li, Qi Liangkai might take care of a little, but facing Jiang Hai, who was a good-for-nothing in their eyes, they were not so polite. Did I not make it clear enough? You are really shameless enough to bully an orphan and a widow. You have the face to do that, right? Cooperation? Cooperation my ass. In this world, there are two kinds of hatred that cannot be resolved. The hatred of killing one's father and the hatred of stealing one's wife. You keep talking so much nonsense, but you can't erase the principle that my father-in-law died because of him. This hatred, unless our family members are all dead, will never be resolved. With a disdainful smile, Jiang Hai said slowly and fearfully. What qualifications do you have to say such things here? Don't forget your identity. Seeing Jiang Hai's sarcastic remarks, Qi Song's face became ugly. With a straight face, he shouted angrily at Jiang Hai. Who am I? I am Qi Li's husband now. This is my family. And you, who are you, uncle? I'm sorry. We seem to have separated. Our family's business has nothing to do with you. Qi's shareholders? Then our family is like this. If you don't want to hold our family's shares anymore, how much is your shares worth? I will buy them at a premium of 20%. Do you want to do it or not? Hearing Qi Song's words, Qi Li and Qi Li's mother needed to give face to these guys, but Jiang Hai did not need to. His main business was in Boston. It was a manor, and he played with hard currency. He only had 20,000 cows, and he had no plans to export them to China. And even if he did, these people could not order him around. Jiang Hai was very unyielding now. You. With a trembling right hand, Qi Song pointed at Jiang Hai in disbelief. Was this something that the guy who married into the family dared to say? He still remembered that when they first got married, Jiang Hai was trembling in fear when he saw them. He absolutely did not dare to say a word. What was the situation now? He was going to rebel. Uncle Qi, don't be angry. Jiang Hai, right? Let me introduce myself. I am An Zhangwu, Qi Li's boyfriend. You just said that there are two kinds of hatred in this world that cannot be resolved. Then, does that mean that the hatred between us cannot be resolved? Seeing Lu Song being humiliated by Jiang Hai, even his son Qi Liangkai did not know what to say. After all, Jiang Hai's words were very unreasonable. He did not care about feelings or feelings. He did not care if you were unhappy or not. Anyway, he was not like this. If you were unhappy, you could sell your shares to him and get lost. That was all. Of course, they did not think that Jiang Hai had such strength, but Qi Li did. Therefore, at this time, the two of them did not know what to say. Looking at the awkward situation, An Zhangwu walked out and looked at Jiang Hai with narrowed eyes. Yes, although I don't know which country you are from, Qi Li married me. It's that simple. I have to thank you for giving such a beautiful woman to me. She is beautiful, talented, and knows how to care for others. Our wedding night was. Ouch, why did you pinch me? Jiang Hai had heard about An Zhangwu a long time ago, but he had never met him. Although he now wanted to get rid of Qi Li as soon as possible, he did not want to lose face. He wanted to anger this damn guy to death. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qi Li pinched him. If he continued, he would become the target of severe punishment. Ahem, you can imagine the rest yourself. Seeing Qi Li's face turn red due to embarrassment and anger, Jiang Hai also knew that it was not good to say too much. Therefore, he waved his hand and said to An Zhangwu, whose face was already green. There was nothing better than being intimate with a man's beloved woman in front of his face. Of course, Jiang Hai was not a pervert. However, being able to make An Zhangwu unhappy made him very happy. It seems that I came a little presumptuous today. Goodbye. An Zhangwu gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Then, he turned around and left the Qi family's house. As for Qi Song and Qi Liangkai, after looking at each other, they also left. As for Qi Wulong's family, looking at the current situation, they probably did not have the leisure to celebrate the new year and found an excuse to leave. Chapter 180. I didn't expect that Jiang Hai would dare to ruin our plan. Walking out of Qi Li's house, Qi Liangkai couldn't help but wave his fist. This time, they originally came to discuss Qi Li's house, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones being disgorged in the end. Liangkai, this Jiang Hai is just a clown. You don't need to worry too much. What I'm worried about now is whether it's Qi Li's idea for him to stand up now. Qi Song said slowly while stroking his chin. No matter whose idea this guy stood up for, we've formed a grudge. There's no explanation for this matter, so we'll have to trouble Uncle Qi in the future. Hearing Qi Song and his son's words, Zhangwu's eyes narrowed. He had put in a lot of effort to come here, but now it was ruined by Jiang Hai. It would be strange if he was willing to let it go. Of course, it's good for you and me to pull Qili down. The Qili group will belong to me, and Qili will belong to you. Everyone will be happy. Hearing Zhangwu's words, Qi Liangkai smiled and put his arm around Zhangwu's shoulder. Although Zhangwu's mouth was smiling, his eyes flashed a sharp light. The Qi family will belong to them? This was just an idea. Why do you say everything to others? When the two families left, Qi Li couldn't help but punched Jiang Hai's arm and said to Jiang Hai with a reproachful face. This guy didn't realize it before, so why did he talk so much? Ahem, can't I just say it? Am I not helping you? With an awkward smile, Jiang Hai whispered in a low voice. You. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li was even more embarrassed and angry. Looking at Jiang Hai and Qi Li's quarrel, Qi Li's mother smiled. Okay, stop fooling around. It's good that these two families left. I'm not happy to see them. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen and take a look. You can rest first. Which woman wouldn't love her own daughter? In particular, Qi Li was her eldest daughter. When it came to feelings, she had the deepest feelings for Qi Li. All these years, she had always been considerate of Qi Li. It could be said that she had never done anything wrong to Qi Li. There was only one thing that she didn't do, and that was Qi Li's marriage. Because of the situation at that time, the Qi family couldn't fall into the hands of Qi Li or other people, so she made a decision arbitrarily and asked Qi Li to marry Jiang Hai. She could feel Qi Li's grievances when she got married, because in her opinion, Jiang Hai was not a qualified husband. Most importantly, Qi Li didn't love her. All these years, whenever she looked at Qi Li, she would feel guilty. However, now it seemed that Qi Li and Jiang Hai had a good relationship, which was what she wanted to see the most. After greeting Qi Li and Jiang Hai, Qi Li's mother went to the kitchen. Of course, Jiang Hai brought back the beef with her. To be honest, Qi Li's mother didn't think that Jiang Hai could raise a good cow, but she accepted it as a gift from her child. However, the beef gave her a big surprise in the future. However, after Qi Li's mother left, there was a little awkwardness between Jiang Hai and Qi Li. Because the two didn't know what to say now, it seemed that they really didn't have anything in common. Phew, it's really a lot more spacious here. Can we watch TV? Jiang Hai sighed and said to Qi Li as he looked at the originally crowded living room that was filled with the smell of gunpowder. At this time, the living room had become a lot more deserted. Here. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li also took the remote control of the TV and handed it to Jiang Hai. I usually watch 3D TV. Now that I'm suddenly watching a flat screen, I'm really not used to it. Is there anything good to watch in our country recently? After turning on the TV, Jiang Hai said while changing the channel. Find it yourself, do you think I have time to watch TV? Qi Li said coldly as she rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai. Che. Looking at Qi Li casually flipping through magazines, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lips and continue to look. Fortunately, he soon found a movie channel, which was now playing an old movie, Tang Bo Hu Jiao Qiu Xiang. Since Jiang Hai had nothing to do, he sat there happily and watched it. By the way, is your manor in Boston? How big is it? How much did you spend to buy it? Looking at Jiang Hai's interest in watching TV, Qi Li also felt that it was really awkward to just sit here, so after thinking about it, she asked Jiang Hai. My manor is in Boston. Well, it can also be said that it's not in the city of Boston, but in the greater Boston area. Geographically, it should belong to Winthrop. The land area is 11,200 acres. Nearly 10,000 acres of land are grazing areas, and about 1,000 acres of land is a winery. The rest of the land is planted with trees. It's about 2 or 3 acres. It's a small forest. The sea area is 720 square kilometers. My manor cost me almost all my wealth, $280 million. Cough, why are you asking this? After hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai spoke while watching TV. He has always been very proud of his manor. Such a large piece of land is very valuable. But halfway through, he suddenly remembered that Qi Li seemed to be interested in his manor, so he immediately looked at her vigilantly. $280 million. And it's still in USD. If it's converted, it's 184 billion renminbi. You spent so much money to buy a manor, and only bought 10,000 acres. Are you crazy? But when she heard Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li had already shouted. In her opinion, if Jiang Hai was not crazy, then his brain must be flooded with water. Otherwise, who would buy such a manor? At this time, Qi Li's business instincts were almost subconsciously activated. She kept talking to Jiang Hai. I'll calculate it for you. Your 720 square kilometer fishery is worth 100 million at most. If you take out this 100 million, you'll still have $180 million. The manor has 11,200 acres, which means that the average price of an acre of land is $16,071. Have you checked the price of land in the United States? It's $300 to $400 per acre in Mexico. Even the most expensive land in California can only be sold for $3,000 to $4,000 per acre, not to mention Texas and Montana. With this $180 million, you can at least buy a farm of more than 100,000 acres, and that's only if you pick a place. You can buy a farm of 10,000 acres right now. Cough, isn't that Boston? It's a metropolitan area. Although Jiang Hai had a rough idea in his heart that this price was a bit of a scam, he didn't know it back then, did he? He checked on the internet and found that land prices in the central and western parts of the United States were cheap, while those in the east were more expensive. The land prices in the Boston area were also very expensive because of the close proximity of the city. That was why he bought it. But after a long time, he learned that the manor did not seem to be calculated in this way. Later, Jiang Hai also secretly calculated that his sea was probably not worth $100 million. After all, there were still aquatic products in the sea for several years. So even if it was valued at $120 million, the land on the land was valued at 60 to 80 million at most. That was to say, the manor was worth 200 million at most. In the end, he spent 80 million more. It was a bit of a scam, but he had signed the contract. Both parties were willing, so he couldn't say anything. If they really got into a dispute, he was afraid that the background of his baby would be dug out. After all, some things couldn't be exposed. What's wrong with a metropolitan area? Don't other places have metropolitan areas? If you bought New York State for 280 million, I wouldn't say anything, but you bought Boston. Whether it's Los Angeles, Chicago, Washington, or even Houston and Dallas, they are all more prosperous than this place. Hearing that Jiang Hai still dared to talk back, Qi Li raised her eyebrows and said with a serious face. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai could only be quiet for the time being except for touching his head embarrassedly. After Qi Li finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Hai's appearance of going in one ear and out the other. She couldn't help but want to bite him. This guy is really annoying. But when she thought that she was dumped by this guy, she was even more unconvinced. The atmosphere between the two seemed to have returned to below the freezing point. Jiang Hai continued to watch TV, and Qi Li impatiently flipped through some magazines on the table. But fortunately, Qi Li's mother came back soon, and the family had a good lunch. After lunch, the three of them watched TV in the living room. In fact, it was mainly Qili who chatted with her mother. They talked until the evening. After dinner, the two also left. Jiang Hai and Qili were not a real couple now. To be exact, even when they were a real couple, they had not slept together. At this time, the two were not ready to break this silent scene. If they lived here, they would have to live together, which was also what the two were unwilling to do. So in the end, Jiang Hai still said that he had something to do tomorrow. After dinner, he was ready to go back to his home. "I'll send you." When Jiang Hai left the door of Qili's villa, Qili on the other side had already driven a car and parked in front of Jiang Hai. Hearing Qili's words, Jiang Hai was not polite. He had helped her a lot today. "Your performance today was not bad." But when they got in the car, the two were silent again because they really didn't know what to say. Jiang Hai's character was originally very open, but in front of Qili, he was somewhat unable to be open. "Oh, if your performance was not bad, then remember to sign that agreement." Looking at the night scene outside the window, Jiang Hai heard Qili's words and said directly without even thinking about it. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qili's body couldn't help but tremble, and then she whispered in a low voice, "You want me to sign it so much?" "What?" Maybe it was because Qili's voice was too soft, or because Jiang Hai didn't hear it clearly. After Qili's voice fell, Jiang Hai reacted and asked with some doubts. "Nothing, I want to tell you that agreement. I won't sign it." Shaking her head, Qili threw out the unrealistic thoughts in her mind, and her voice instantly returned to coldness as she said to Jiang Hai. "Why? Didn't you say that if I helped you today, you would sign it?" Hearing that Qili actually didn't sign it, Jiang Hai's face was gloomy. He didn't understand what a woman's heart was, and he didn't have the intention to understand. He only knew that this woman seemed to be playing with him. "I just said that I would think about it, but I didn't say that I would definitely sign it. Don't worry, I have no interest in your manner, but we can't divorce yet." After pondering for a moment, Qili raised her head and said in a stable voice. "Why can't you divorce? You have control of the company now. What difference does it make whether you have a burden like me or not?" Looking at Qili, Jiang Hai had been busy all day. His central thought was to settle things with Qili as soon as possible. What was this now? Today, Qi Song and his son brought in Zhangwu over, which means that they have already formed an alliance. Although the Yin family has been dealt a blow by me this year, it is still far from the point of breaking their bones. And now that An Zhangwu has come over, it is sufficient to show that they are already serious. However, our company still has a mole that cannot be eliminated, Qi Song's family. I still need your name to stabilize the situation. Looking at Jiang Hai, Qili said with a serious face. Only she knew how trustworthy her words were. However, these words were enough to deceive Jiang Hai, a person who didn't know how to do business or politics. "I don't care about your company. I just came here today." "Fine, don't you want my manor? I'll give you half of my manor." "I don't want it anymore." "Stop the car, I'm here." Now Jiang Hai didn't want to listen to Qili's nonsense. He only knew that he was in a bad mood, so he patted the car door and said to Qili. Hearing Jiang Hai's slightly irritable words, Qili didn't refute anything. Instead, she directly stepped on the brakes and sat in the driver's seat. Jiang Hai also unfastened his seatbelt and got out of the car. Although there was a cold north wind outside, even so, he didn't want to stay by that woman's side anymore. Does this woman have any credibility? Is she playing with me? If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, Jiang Hai would have already punched her. Spitting a mouthful of phlegm, Jiang Hai stepped on the crunching snow and walked slowly toward the road ahead. As for Qili, she sat in the driver's seat. Looking at the slowly walking Jiang Hai, whose shadow was elongated by the street lights, Qi Li slowly leaned her forehead on the steering wheel. She didn't know why she said such a thing just now. In fact, she knew that it was better for her and Jiang Hai to sign the agreement. It was better for both of them. But she didn't know whether it was because of her pride or because she was unwilling in her heart. She couldn't make up her mind to sign her name. Especially after seeing Jiang Hai today. Originally, she always thought that the relationship between Jiang Hai and herself was just a misunderstanding. But when she saw Jiang Hai and Feng Yunchen at home this morning, her heart felt sad and sour. After spending a day with Jiang Hai, when she sent him home, the first thing he said was to sign her name. At that time, her heart even skipped a beat. She had been in love before. She knew the feeling of being in love. Now was not the feeling, and this was not the feeling of breaking up. She didn't know what this was, but every time Jiang Hai ignored her, it made her feel uncomfortable. She didn't know what kind of mood it was. Looking at Jiang Hai's back gradually moving further and further away until it disappeared, Qi Li continued to lean on the steering wheel. It wasn't until her mother called to ask that she reacted. She opened the window and let the cold wind blow on her face. Her originally empty eyes also recovered some consciousness. Qi Li turned the steering wheel and headed home. Chapter 181. Boss, I don't agree with what you are doing. Listening to the voice of Moses Adams over the phone, Jiang Hai lay on the bed weakly. When he got out of Qi Li's car, it was actually quite far from his home, about 10 kilometers away. Today was New Year's Eve, and there were no taxis on the streets at this time. If it was a good day, 10 kilometers was actually not very far for Jiang Hai. With his physical fitness, he could run there in more than an hour. But today was different. The ground of Ice City was very slippery, and it had been snowing for the past 2 days. It was difficult to walk on the ground, let alone run. He was embarrassed to call his friends. After all, they were also celebrating New Year's Eve at home. So Jiang Hai walked for more than 3 hours before he returned home. Fortunately, he could recognize the north and south. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to go home. When he got home, even with his strong physical fitness, he was very tired. He took off his clothes and shoes and lay on the bed. But he still remembered what he had to do, which was to apply for a divorce. But as soon as he finished talking to Moses Adams directly voted against it. Why? I'd rather give her half of the manor. Although he was very reluctant in his heart, Jiang Hai was now determined. If he didn't make a decision, he would suffer. He now deeply understood the saying, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer. No, this has nothing to do with the manor. I know what you mean, but this has nothing to do with money. Do you still remember the girls in your manor? 8 employees, and 2 adopted girls. Hearing Jiang Hai's slightly angry words, Moses Adams said seriously. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai also calmed down. When you adopted these 2 girls, you approved it because you were married. And those girls, you could only hire them because you were married. If you divorce at this time, then I'll let them down. I'll find better jobs for them. As for Delina and Marion, there's nothing I can do. Hearing Moses Adams's hesitant words, Jiang Hai sighed. This marriage was like a sword hanging over his head. He was completely at a loss. Now, in order to get rid of this sword, even if he had to give up half of his fortune, he would do it. It's not just the problem of these girls staying. Because the time you adopted them is too short, it's easy to be labeled as fraud by those politicians. If you really divorce, the judicial department will intervene and investigate the source of your property. Because your nationality is still Wuxia, you don't have to worry about being put in prison, but you are likely to be sent back to China, and your property in the United States, that is, the manor, will be confiscated. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams made it clear. Of course, What he said was only the worst-case scenario, but who could guarantee what would happen in reality? F***CK, not giving me a single cent. What should I do now? Hearing what Moses Adams said, Jiang Hai couldn't help swearing. It was said that the barefooted were not afraid of those with shoes. Originally, Jiang Hai was barefooted, but now the problem was that he had already put on shoes. Giving half of his fortune to Chile was already like a knife stabbing his heart. If he didn't have a single cent, then what was the point of living? In fact, this is easy to do. In fact, if you want to divorce now, it's best to find a marriage partner first. After you divorce here, you can get married in the United States immediately. If there is no gap in between, then it won't be very troublesome for us to operate. As expected of a lawyer, he gave Jiang Hai bad ideas. Find someone to marry? With Jiang Hai's brain capacity, there was not a single woman in his mind that was suitable. But this seemed to be the only way at present. Then that's it for now. Wait until I go back. Since he couldn't discuss with Moses Adams, Jiang Hai couldn't help but lean on the bed. His eyes looked at the ceiling, and he began to recall the women who had appeared around him. First, he thought of the women who had slept with him. Maggie was definitely out of the question. The watch girl whose name he didn't know was also out of the question. He didn't even remember her name. As for Feng Yunchen, whom he met after he came back, he was a little moved when he thought of her. But as she said, she wasn't ready to be a partner with Jiang Hai. And with her background, she could be Jiang Hai's lover, but Jiang Hai wouldn't agree to be the legal wife. In addition to the three of them, Jiang Hai also knew other women. The 8 women in the manor were definitely not good enough. Although he pitied the birth of these girls, he wasn't going to find a professional one. Daliana and Marian, damn, they were his own girls. He wasn't a demon beast, how could he be a playboy? In addition to these girls, it seemed that there was only one person he knew who could be his marriage partner, Xiaofan. Looking at the white ceiling, he seemed to see Xiaofan's face. Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't think about this before, but now that he thought about it, this girl was really a good partner to be friends with. Thinking about Xiaofan, she had the looks and height, and she was a primary school teacher. In this way, even if he had a child with her in the future, he didn't even need to consider the issue of education. Although he didn't have much contact with her personality, in Jiang Hai's opinion, her personality was also very good. Such a good girl is right beside me, but I didn't notice. Recalling Xiaofan, Jiang Hai chuckled. Originally, Jiang Hai didn't think about it too much, and he didn't pay too much attention to Xiaofan. But now that he thought about it, he really felt that this girl was really good. At least in his opinion, she didn't have any shortcomings. She was full of good points. If he really could marry her, it would be a good choice. Since I've decided to try, how should I pursue her? Originally, Jiang Hai had never thought about this problem. Speaking of which, he had never pursued a girl before. Now that he was suddenly asked to pursue a girl, he didn't know what to do. As he turned on the TV and watched the annual New Year's gala, Jiang Hai picked up his phone. Would it be too abrupt if I call her directly? Why don't I try sending a text message first? Jiang Hai looked at Xiaofan's contact information on his phone. After hesitating for a moment, he sent a greeting first. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no reply. Just as Jiang Hai felt that he was overthinking, his phone rang. Sorry, I was in class just now. Are you still in Wuxia? Looking at the newly received text on his phone, Jiang Hai let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he remembered that although it was already midnight in Wuxia, it was still noon in Boston. Yeah, I'm still in Wuxia. I hope I didn't disturb your class. Looking at the text message from Xiaofan, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment before replying to her. This time, it didn't take long before Xiaofan replied. Seeing Clive's reply, Jiang Hai immediately typed. However, after all, the two had only met a few times and weren't very familiar with each other. Therefore, after a few sentences, Jiang Hai didn't know what to send. But at this moment, Clive sent a message that instantly made Jiang Hai's eyes widen. Your buddy at the fishing farm had some conflicts with the fishermen in Boston a few days ago. Is everything alright now? Looking at the message sent by Clive, Jiang Hai's eyelids suddenly jumped. There was a conflict? Why didn't I know? When he saw this line of words, Jiang Hai was no longer in the mood to send these things. Instead, he immediately called Edward Anderson. Jiang Hai's manor was jointly managed by him and Robinson Garcia. Robinson Garcia was in charge of the ranch, while Edward Anderson was in charge of the fishing farm. Now that such a thing happened, why didn't he tell me? Beep, beep. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up, and then Edward Anderson's voice came from the other side. Hey boss, did you have fun in Wuxia? Listening to the rough voice on the other side of the phone, as well as some familiar laughter around him, Jiang Hai temporarily calmed down. It seems that the matter shouldn't be very serious, otherwise, they wouldn't have the leisure to do this. I heard that you had a conflict with the people in Boston. What's going on? At the moment, Jiang Hai was not in the mood to chat with Edward Anderson. Although he knew that these people might be fine, Jiang Hai still asked him. Hey, it's not a big deal. When Minluan and Andrew were patrolling, they found fish thieves. After we fired a warning shot, they actually dared to fight back. We sailed a boat over to chase their boat away. In the end, when these people were hiding, one of them fell into the sea and was bitten by the shark you raised. Hearing Jiang Hai's question, Edward Anderson began to talk. In fact, it was easy to understand. There were fish in Jiang Hai's fishing farm, and the fishermen nearby knew this. If there were only him and Edward Anderson in Jiang Hai's fishing ground, it's possible that these fishermen would have some ideas. After all, those fishermen were all greenbacks. No one would go against money. As for the violation of private property, as long as they weren't caught, it wasn't considered a violation. Even if they were caught, they could just say that they were fishing on the high seas and went the wrong way. No one could do anything about it. Edward and the others had done the same thing before. But now it was different. Jiang Hai's fishing farm not only had him and Edward, but also recruited Tommy Charles, Eleanor Cece, Andrew Christian, and Marin Rupert. Now they had enough manpower on their side. Although the helicopter was not in place yet, the normal daily patrol was indispensable. Generally speaking, when someone came to steal fish, they would leave on their own when they saw these people. After all, if there was a conflict, they would be in trouble. But this time, those who stole fish were not ordinary fishermen. Chapter 182. Where there are people, there will be underworld. Where there are underworld, there will be fights. There will always be some people who are unwilling to live by the rules. They are more willing to plunder other people's resources to support themselves. The people with the most power will become a country, and the people with the least power will be called the Black Zone. The United States, as a capitalist country, is the most powerful country in the world. Naturally, there are many black zones, and Boston is one of them. Jiang Hai came at a good time. In recent years, the United States has been changing its image in the world. Therefore, the black zones and racial discrimination are very strict. But no matter how strict the crackdown is, there will still be some lawbreakers who don't take these laws seriously. Most people in the Boston area are descendants of Irish. Everyone knows that the Irish are actually a very complicated people. Because Northern Ireland was occupied by the British, most of the Northern Irish people don't think of themselves as British. Although their household registration is in the United Kingdom, their hearts are more towards Ireland. Such racial sentiments can't be vented in Europe, but in the United States, the racial discrimination they bring is quite serious. It even formed almost half of Boston's black zone. In Boston, the Northern District has always been the place where the rich live. The air there is fresh, the sun there is bright, and the police there are paid a high salary. They patrol the streets every day. Even if the roads in the main city of Boston are narrow and small, they are still happy to do it. But compared to the Northern District, the Southern District is hell. Dirty and chaotic is the standard of the Southern District. Chaos is the code name of the Southern District, just like the Bronx in New York. It's not that there are no good people here, but there are too many bad people. Here, robbing, stealing, murdering, raping, and even organizing organizations to sell things like that were happening all the time. In fact, when Jiang Hai rescued those girls last time, he had already entered the territory of the Southern District. It was just the border area. If it was some deeper area, even the police will think twice. However, in the past few years, under the crackdown of the American government, these underworld organizations had been restrained a lot. Many of their leaders had disappeared from the world after being targeted by the FBI. However, this was how the world worked. When one person fell, another would stand up to replace him. It was the same in the Southern District. This time, the people who came to Jiang Hai's manor to steal fish were some gangsters from the Southern District. The matter was actually very simple. A group of people stole fish and even took the initiative to open fire. In the end, they fell into the water and were bitten by a shark. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. However, it was impossible to reason with these hoodlums and talk about the law. They thought that they had lost face here, so they had to get it back here. Therefore, after those people were taken away by the Winthrop police, there were always some strangers driving around Jiang Hai's manor in recent days. According to Robbins and Ai Dehua, these people might be from the gang who wanted to find trouble with Jiang Hai. However, these cowboys and fishermen in Jiang Hai's manor were not to be trifled with, especially with Bell. Don't forget that he was from the Triangular State. To deal with these unorthodox people, his long gun was enough to make them suffer. It was precisely because of this that Robbins and Ai Dehua were not very worried. Be careful these days. I will go back early. I will be worried if I stay here all the time. Hearing Ai Dehua's words, Jiang Hai hesitated and sighed. Things really came as soon as he left. These guys really knew how to find trouble. Originally, he was going to go back after the 15th, but now it seemed that he had to go ahead of time. However, as Robbins and Ai Dehua said, with Bell and the others, Jiang Hai did not have to worry too much. At least, it was not a problem to stay in Wuxia for a few more days. Perhaps he felt that Jiang Hai's mood was not very good, so Ai Dehua specifically reported the situation in the manor. At present, the bait in the manor was almost complete. During the days when Jiang Hai was gone, the weather was gradually getting warmer. This was the good thing about Boston. During the coldest time, the highest temperature during the day was above zero. In recent days, with the southeast monsoon blowing, the manor's ski field had melted a little. Robbins and the others were now working hard to clear the snow. As for the cleared snow, they just pushed it directly into the sea. The cleared grassland could allow the 20,000 cows that had been held in for 2 months to come out and take a breather. As for the vegetable garden, it had already been cleaned up. At present, Mrs. Philemon was leading a group of young ladies in the manor to carry out the spring sowing. Although the people in the United States didn't eat much vegetables, they had already planted some vegetables such as cucumbers, pumpkins, cabbages, chili peppers, and eggplants. With more people coming this year, and with the automatic mechanization of the sowing process, Jiang Hai's vegetable garden had expanded to 2 acres, which was 12 acres. Even if the population doubled this time, the vegetables produced this time would be enough to supply them for a year. Hearing these 2 pieces of good news, Jiang Hai's mood finally improved. After hanging up the phone, he leaned against the headboard and thought about his manner. Compared to the manner, Jiang Hai temporarily put the news about Scheitclive to the back of his mind. While watching the Spring Festival Gala that was no longer interesting, Jiang Hai's thoughts had drifted back to his manner. A few days ago, when he had something to do, he did not feel anything. Now that he was suddenly free, Jiang Hai really missed the people in his manner. Robbins, Dehua, Philemon, Delina, Marion. Unknowingly, so many people had gathered around him. These people had to rely on him to live. This feeling of being relied on was something that Jiang Hai had never experienced before. Because to be exact, since he was young, he had always relied on others to live. Now that he was suddenly relied on by others, the feeling of being needed by others really made him feel a little warm. Especially when he thought of his pets, Xiao Bai, Goldie, Bucktooth, Chirp, Little Xia, and Big Dumb, he could not help but smile. He recalled how Xiao Bai always surrounded him and waved its eyebrows mischievously, how Goldie looked cold and arrogant as it observed the surroundings, how Bucktooth was like a knight, often somersaulting on top of Xiao Bai's head, how Chirp could not fly yet, it only knew how to run all over the place, how Little Xia had a special liking for carrots. Every time he fed it, it would lick his hand. There was also the fierce-looking Big Dumb. But this time, Big Dumb helped him vent his anger. "I'll reward him with a drop of blood when I go back." Thinking of Big Dumb, Jiang Hai could not help but chuckle softly. He was really looking forward to it. If he gave this guy another drop of blood, would this guy turn into a great white shark? However, when he thought of blood, Jiang Hai could not help but think of the tattoo on his body. Since leaving the manor, the number of scales on his tattoo had become fewer and fewer. When he was in New York, there was only one scale. When he returned home, there was only an increase of half a scale every day. It seemed that the environmental factors between the two really played a big role. However, when he glanced at the scales that had already grown to the snake's buttocks, which were the scales on the snake's tail, he realized that there were about 100 more scales before he could reach the full scale. By the time he returned, it would be almost done by March. After looking forward to it for so long, his Goldfinger was finally going to be upgraded. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Just as Jiang Hai was still lost in thought, there was a sudden loud noise that shook even the glass from a distance. It also woke Jiang Hai up from his contemplation. When he looked up, he found that it was almost 12 o'clock. The sound of firecrackers reverberated around him, making him no longer in the mood to meditate. Neutralizing all the bad news with good news, my mood is a lot better. With a long sigh, Jiang Hai laughed at himself. As the 12 o'clock countdown ended on the TV, Jiang Hai's cell phone also rang. New Year's greetings text messages entered Jiang Hai's cell phone. He casually looked at the messages on his cell phone. Most of them were from his friends, and there were some exceptions, but there were only two. One was from Feng Yunshan, who stayed here last night, and the other was from Moses Adams. It seemed that this Moses Adams was indeed a wonderful person. He even knew the rules of Wuxia. He deliberately sent a New Year's greeting text message in Chinese, which made Jiang Hai's heart warm. Of course, Jiang Hai would not know that this text message was actually sent by Penelope Dahl on behalf of Moses Adams. Since they parted at the police station that day, Jiang Hai really had not seen this woman again. Recalling the bits and pieces of his year, Jiang Hai no longer felt sad. This was not his style. Turning on the lights in the square hall, Jiang Hai then turned off the phone. With the sound of firecrackers outside, Jiang Hai also officially fell asleep. In the dream, he seemed to have returned to his childhood. At that time, his parents were there. Every New Year, his mother would make dumplings in the kitchen, and he and his father would go downstairs to set off firecrackers. Fireworks, colorful patterns, and the sound of explosions constantly echoed in his ears and dreams. Unknowingly, when a new round of sunrise reappeared on the horizon, the new year had officially arrived. Before he woke up, the phone rang in his ear. Jiang Hai felt for the phone in a daze. He looked up and saw that it was Fu Yuan. Only he would get up so early. What's the matter? Jiang Hai was sleeping well and was suddenly awakened. It was good enough that he did not scold him. His tone was naturally unkind. But Fu Yuan did not care at all. Stop sleeping. We are downstairs at your house. Let's go to my house to play. Chapter 183. In Wuxia, there were many things to pay attention to during the new year. The 30th was naturally a day for family reunions. After the 30th, it would be the first day of the new year. From the first day of the new year, it was also the day to visit each family. Other than married daughters who couldn't return to their parents' home, each family was paying New Year's greetings. In addition to paying New Year's greetings, there were many other things to pay attention to. For example, porridge wasn't allowed on the first day of the new year because only poor people used to drink porridge. Therefore, eating porridge on the first day of the new year meant that they would be poor this year. They couldn't eat meat, not even eggs or milk. This was because the morning of the first day of the new year was also called the Pantheon meeting. It meant that all the gods would come out to pay New Year's greetings. Therefore, in order to show respect to these gods, they couldn't eat meat. They had to be vegetarian. At the same time, they couldn't take medicine, even supplements and the like. They couldn't call people's names to wake them up. This would make the person who was called be urged to work all year round. They couldn't pay New Year's greetings to people who were still sleeping because this would make them sick. Washing clothes on the first and second day of the new year was forbidden because the water god's birthday was in these 2 days. They couldn't take a nap during the day, nor could they dump the sewage, garbage, or sweep the floor. This would sweep away the wealth of the family. They couldn't let others take money from their pockets, and they couldn't collect debts from others. Of course, these were all old sayings. Now that Jiang Hai's family didn't have any elders, who would care about these things? Logically speaking, besides paying New Year's greetings to the elders on the first day of the new year, they couldn't go to other people's houses to play. Jiang Hai didn't miss this. Hearing Fu Yuan's words, Jiang Hai responded. Then, he sat up from the bed in a daze. He first went to the bathroom to wash his hair, face, and teeth. After everything was tidied up, he put on his clothes and went downstairs. When he went downstairs, Jiang Hai saw Su Wei's car from afar. At this time, there were already many people sitting in the car. Jiang Hai casually looked around and found that there were still empty seats in the car. He sat down. "Aya, what kind of person is he? He came out to play with us and even wore a Versace. It must be fake." As soon as Jiang Hai sat down, Fu Yuan started to shout. Originally, these people didn't notice, but when they heard Fu Yuan's words, they all looked over. But even if they did, they probably wouldn't understand what Versace was. In fact, even Jiang Hai didn't know much about it. "Don't mention it. My wife bought it for me." Only then did Jiang Hai notice his clothes. He couldn't help mocking himself. "Oh my God, which wife?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Su Wei on the other side also cried out. Jiang Hai patted Su Wei, who was in the driver's seat, and said with a smile, "Who else could it be?" "Well, don't make trouble for me. We are not divorced yet. Come on, let's go and buy something." "What's there to buy? It's the first day of the new year. Which place is open? People aren't on the day." Xiang Hua also said from behind at this time. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wuxia is like this. It's not easy to buy things after the new year. I don't care what to eat. I just want to drink. Let's just get some peanuts. At this time, another friend of Jiang Hai, Huang Yunfei, who had been playing with his mobile phone in the back, also interrupted. Who wants to drink with you? You are a person who works in the hospital. In addition to eating and drinking every day, who can drink more than you? My family is ready. My dad brought 2 sheep back a few days ago. One is to be boiled and the other is to be roasted. Let's eat boiled at noon and roast at night. After lunch, let's see if we are going to have some trouble or play poker. Fu Yuan heard Huang Yunfei's words and gave him the middle finger. Then he said to Su Wei. The group of people chatted and laughed as they drove quickly to Fu Yuan's house. Fu Yuan's house was not small, but it was not very big either. It was a standard 2-room apartment. Usually, Jiang Hai and the rest did not go there to play. After all, he was not the only one living here. His parents were also there. But because his hometown was not in Bing City, his parents would go back to their hometown to celebrate the new year. He was the only one at home. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. On the way, there was a small supermarket that was still open. They bought 5 boxes of beer, some Granny brand peanuts, and a few cans of Russian pickled cucumbers. After that, they drove to Fu Yuan's house. After parking the car, everyone carried a box of wine. Jiang Hai also brought back peanuts and pickled cucumbers. They went to Fu Yuan's house. When they went to call Jiang Hai, it was only about 8 o'clock in the morning, but when they arrived, it was already 10 o'clock. After tidying up, everyone was ready for lunch. Under Fu Yuan's instructions, they set up the table and placed the beer outside on the windowsill. At this time, if the people in Bing City wanted to drink cold drinks, they did not need to put it in the fridge. The fridge was not as cold as the fridge outside. In less than 10 minutes, the fridge was already very cold. After setting up the table, they poured the peanuts, spiced beef, and a plate of cucumbers. The induction cooker in the middle was already on, and a pot of clear soup was boiling in a big pot. Speaking of hot pot, there were actually 2 kinds of hot pot. One was the hot pot that belonged to the land of Sichuan. The hot pot originated from the Fog City. According to legend, it was because the dockworkers in the Fog City couldn't afford delicious food because they were poor. In some slaughterhouses upstream, people who slaughtered pigs and cows didn't eat offal after slaughtering pigs, sheep, and cows. These offal would be thrown into the river and floated away with the current. The workers downstream would pick up the offal and use chili or Sichuan pepper to remove the fishy smell. After that, they would cook the offal and eat it. This was the origin of hot pot. The other way to eat it was shabu. This had a much longer history. It was said that during the Song dynasty, the people of the Yuan dynasty were fighting everywhere. One time, when they were preparing to cook, the enemy suddenly attacked. At that time, the chef had an idea. He used the helmets of the soldiers as a pot and cooked a pot of mutton. After the soldiers finished eating, their morale was boosted, and they felt that it was delicious. After that, this dish was passed down, and this was the origin of shabu. At first glance, there was not much difference between these 2 methods of cooking. But if one looked closely, one would know that these were 2 different ways of eating. Hot pot was spicy and spicy. It emphasized on the heavy taste, heavy ingredients, and heavy oil. When eating, it was dipped in oil and not sauce. Also, the main ingredients for the hot pot were the internal organs and beef. Almost no one would eat the internal organs of the mutton. On the other hand, shabu used fresh soup as the base. It was divided into seafood pot, bone soup pot, and so on. It emphasized the original taste of the soup. When eating, it was dipped in a sauce plate made of sesame paste and other spices. The main ingredient was meat, mutton, and of course, beef. Bing City was located in Longjiang Province, and next to it was Inner Mongolia. Therefore, they had the habit of eating shabu instead of hot pot. For example, the soup base that Jiang Hai made today was not the hot pot base bought from the supermarket. It was made by himself. He added scallion, ginger, wine, a few shrimps, a few small crabs, and a few shells. These seafood were used to make the seafood soup base. When the soup was boiled, the taste would come out. It was light and fragrant, but it had the smell of seafood. Fish and mutton were fresh together, so if the mutton was cooked with this soup base, the taste would make people go crazy. Not long after, a fresh aroma began to reverberate in the room, and everyone couldn't help but feel a little hungry. "Where's the meat?" Glancing at Fu Yuan, who was also swallowing his saliva, Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask him. "Oh, let's go get it." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan remembered that the meat hadn't been taken out yet. He immediately took Jiang Hai to his freezer. Opening the freezer, there was a pile of steaks on one side. These were the steaks that Jiang Hai sent over. There were also 2 huge plastic bags, one black and one white. Jiang Hai then opened the black one and found that there was a whole mutton inside. This made Jiang Hai a little speechless. How could he eat it? "Not this. This is a black mutton. It's for roasting at night. That's for today's shabu." Seeing Jiang Hai's expression, Fu Yuan knew that he took the wrong one. After putting down the mutton in his hand, he picked up the other bag. The other bag was full of mutton slices, but compared to the mutton slices sold in the market, the mutton slices here were a little different in size. What's the difference?" Glancing at the mutton taken out, Jiang Hai asked with some puzzlement. "Of course there's a difference. This is a black mutton. The black mutton's meat is firm, it grows slowly, and it's aggressive. Because of its aggressive nature, it's more often raised in the mountains. There's a lot of exercise, so the meat is particularly good. Of course, it's still a lot worse than your beef, but this mutton is also the best I've ever eaten." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan began to talk about it. In fact, he just checked it after his father got the mutton back. This shabu is Ujimkin mutton. It's produced in Inner Mongolia. Do you know the capital, Donglai Shun? This mutton is specially for Donglai Shun, and a plate of it costs 68 yuan. It's much more expensive than the average boar goat. We've tasted it once at home, and it's indeed much better than the mutton you can buy outside. The fat isn't greasy, and the lean meat isn't too dry. Once it's boiled in water, the freshness of the mutton and the taste of the seafood are mixed together. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. I'm about to drool. I'm almost drooling. Licking his lips, Fu Yuan took out 3 bags of mutton from the big bag and hurried to the living room. As for Jiang Hai, he also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Westerners love to eat mutton. This could be seen from the fact that many of their main dishes were mutton chops. The little brothers of the United States, Canada, and Australia all love to eat mutton, especially Australia. The mutton and wool industry could be regarded as the top in the world, but the people of the United States didn't like to eat mutton very much. Jiang Hai also raised some mutton in his manor, but he hadn't eaten mutton for so long. Now that he thought about it, he really missed the taste of pork and mutton. Hearing Fu Yuan's words, he was a little hungry. Chapter 184. Come on, let's start. As the mutton was placed into the soup pot, the original bright red color of the mutton gradually receded and was replaced by a grayish-white color. The room was filled with a fragrant aroma, which stimulated the saliva secreting from Jiang Hai and the others' mouths. Finally, when the soup pot began to boil again, Jiang Hai gave the order. Everyone's chopsticks were the first to attack the mutton in the pot. Jiang Hai picked up the first mouthful of mutton and ate it directly without dipping it in the sauce. When the mutton was put into his mouth, a special fragrance also constantly reverberated in his mouth. The mutton had a faint rank smell and absorbed the base of the seafood in the soup. The meat was firm but not difficult to bite. With a gentle bite, the meat could be completely broken. That kind of chewy feeling constantly impacted in the mouth. This is a completely different concept from beef. This is the taste that Jiang Hai is familiar with. Frowning slightly, Jiang Hai suddenly felt a little emotional. If he can't eat this kind of mutton in the United States, what should he do? Suddenly, he wants to import some mutton from China. This mutton tastes really good. Where do you think you bought this mutton from? I'll get some back to the United States to raise. While constantly picking the meat in the pot, Jiang Hai asked Fu Yuan. Don't even think about it. This mutton is a national protected breed. It's farmed in that area. When my dad went to buy it, the people there had to kill the mutton before selling it to my dad. You still want to buy a live one? Anyway, I have no way. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan shook his head and said to Jiang Hai while eating. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little helpless. You say that they call themselves the global village every day, but in the end, they can't even trade with each other. Humans are really hypocritical. But he didn't think much about it at the moment and started eating directly. Everyone was satisfied with their lunch. They ate 7 caddies of mutton and 5 bottles of beer each. After that, lunch came to an end. Fu Yuan and the others cleared the table and started playing mahjong. As for Jiang Hai, he was lying on the sofa in Fu Yuan's house. He used his phone to check how to get the ingredients he wanted to buy to America. However, he wouldn't have known if he didn't investigate. Now that he did, he was really shocked. Thinking back to all these years, he had always heard through some channels that certain countries had banned certain things from Wuxia. Big things like weapons and ammunition, small things like fish species and cattle species, everything was banned. But in fact, Wuxia's embargo on foreign products was even stricter. For example, the famous rice seeds could not be brought out. He could buy rice, because the current rice did not have the ability to be planted. However, the seeds were not enough, even if they could only be planted for one season. There were also live animals, such as meat donkeys. No matter what kind of meat donkey it was forbidden to be shipped abroad. Cattle were also banned. The United States did not sell Wuxia Angus cattle, Japan did not sell Wuxia Wagyu cattle, but Wuxia also did not sell Lucy cattle. In addition to these things, there were also some protected black goats. These were not allowed to be taken out. As for pigs, there were also some pigs that were not allowed to be taken out. For example, Britain's Bacchus pigs, Iberia pigs, and China's Tibetan pigs. It wasn't easy to bring these pigs out of the country. Casually flipping through the list, Jiang Hai's mouth couldn't help but curl up. It seems that his idea was going to die early. Come, have some tea. While Jiang Hai was sighing, Fu Yuan also came over with a cup of tea. After drinking some wine, although drinking strong tea is not good, drinking some green tea is still very comfortable, at least that's what they think. After putting the tea on the coffee table beside Jiang Hai, Fu Yuan left. Jiang Hai looked at the teacup in front of him and sat up. To be honest, Jiang Hai did not like to drink tea. It was because his father liked to drink tea when he was young, so he also drank it. As a child, tea was neither sweet nor fragrant. It also did not have the taste of milk. The bitter taste was indeed not good. Most importantly, when you drink tea, you will drink tea dregs. That was why he did not like to drink tea and did not pay attention to these things. But today, when he saw the tea made by Fu Yuan, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. In the transparent glass, there were whole tea sprouts, moving up and down. It was indeed different from the tea leaves he had seen before. It looked like a TV show. Although he did not know the taste of this tea, at least from the surface, it was not bad. He hesitated for a moment. After all, he had drunk wine and his mouth was very dry. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The moment the tea entered his mouth, there was a slight bitterness. However, after the bitterness, there was a sweet feeling. Jiang Hai might not have been able to feel it when he was young, but now, he could fully feel it. The natural fragrance flowed continuously between his lips and teeth. He could even feel the scales on his body increasing at a faster rate. This tea. It has such an effect. As the tea entered his throat, Jiang Hai also let out a long breath. Although it was just a simple cup of tea, Jiang Hai felt that his mind suddenly became clearer. Most importantly, it seemed that this tea really had the effect of stimulating the growth of his scales. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai also put down the cup. Fu Yuan, where did you get this tea? Jiang Hai asked Fu Yuan, who was still playing mahjong over there. This tea was given to my dad as a gift. I heard that it costs more than 2,000 yuan per caddy. It seems to be something like Maojian. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan said to Jiang Hai while playing mahjong. Maojian? Mao Feng. Hearing Fu Yuan's words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, then he looked it up on the internet and couldn't help but chuckle. But it was the same. Whether it was Jiang Hai or Fu Yuan, they actually didn't know much about tea. Now Jiang Hai also suddenly felt that this tea seemed to be quite delicious, and it seemed that the tea leaves had a stimulating effect on the scales on his body, so he became interested. At the same time, he decided to buy some tea leaves back. He didn't care about a few thousand yuan per caddy. What he cared about was that this thing had to have an effect. At the moment, he was no longer polite. While drinking tea, he played with his phone and thought about what he would bring back when he went back. Although in the United States, you can buy what you want to eat if you have money, but there are always some things that taste the same in different places of origin. For example, pigs, sheep, tea leaves, sauces. Originally, he wanted to go back as soon as possible yesterday, but he didn't expect that after wandering around today, he found that there were a lot of things he wanted to buy. Unknowingly, it was also night time. They ate hot pot for lunch and roasted lamb for dinner. The lamb was sliced off from the black goat. Su Wei was the main knife. After slicing the lamb, he marinated it with cooking wine, ginger, fennel, sesame seeds, pepper, starch, monosodium glutamate, sesame seeds, pepper, starch, monosodium glutamate, sesame seeds, pepper, starch, monosodium glutamate, and if one wanted to eat spicy food, he added a little chili powder. The lamb marinated in this way didn't have an unacceptable rank odor, nor was it too pungent. While retaining the original freshness and sweetness of the lamb, it also added other flavors. Then, it was roasted on a grill. Jiang Hai really didn't know how to describe the taste. In Jiang Hai's impression, this was how lamb should taste. In terms of taste, the lamb might be a lot worse than Jiang Hai's special grade A snowflake frost beef. However, this kind of cooking method was not available in the United States. Although Mrs. Philemon was receiving Jiang Hai's money, she really wouldn't spend so much time roasting these things. Even some Western cooks were only more proficient in the use of heat. It was delicious, but to Jiang Hai, delicious food couldn't compare to what he loved to eat. After another meal, the few of them drank the rest of the wine. They drank until nearly 12 o'clock in the evening. Everyone fell asleep in a daze. Because they were all men, they didn't need to be so particular. Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua went to sleep in his room. Su Wei and Huang Yuanfei slept on the sofa. Jiang Hai pulled a quilt and directly made a bed on the floor in the living room. The building in Fu Yuan's house was just built in the past few years, so it was also geothermal. There was no need to worry about the cold at night. The next morning, when Jiang Hai woke up, his buddies still showed no signs of waking up. Since he had woken up, he couldn't let them sleep any longer. Jiang Hai went to the balcony and opened the window. The winter wind mixed with the snowflakes blew their tears down. In an instant, the two sleeping on the sofa woke up. Since they couldn't sleep, no one else could. They quietly opened Fu Yuan's door. This time, no one slept. They went to the bathroom in a daze one after another to solve their personal hygiene problem. The group of 5 cooked 3 caddies of dumplings in Fu Yuan's house. Generally speaking, during the New Year in the Northeast, a family might not have much other things, but they definitely had dumplings. Once the 3 caddies of sour flour meat dumplings entered their stomachs, everyone woke up. After helping Fu Yuan pack up, everyone left in Su Wei's car. It was already afternoon when Jiang Hai returned home. After casually eating at home, Jiang Hai didn't idle around in the afternoon. Instead, he went to the nearby supermarket. For a service organization like this, under normal circumstances, it would be open for a while during the day. However, it used to be closed at 8 or 10 in the evening. Now, it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. This time, Jiang Hai wanted to buy a lot of things. He needed to prepare in advance. After taking a taxi, he went to a large supermarket near his house. He first went there to buy some sauces and pickles. These things were allowed to be brought. There were also some domestic sauces sold abroad, such as Lao Gan Ma, but the price was ridiculously expensive. It was 6 or 7 yuan in China, but it was more than $10 abroad. The price difference was dozens of times. In addition to Lao Gan Ma, there was also xiangqi sauce and garlic sauce. Jiang Hai was a little tired of spaghetti sauces. These sauces were more reliable. Chapter 185. Hey, can't you stay for a few more days? I've already bought the plane ticket. Let's go together on the 10th. Sitting in Fu Yuan's car, Jiang Hai looked at the scenery of Bingqing outside, and Fu Yuan kept talking in his ear. Do you think I want to go back so soon? If it weren't for the incident at the manor, I wouldn't be in a hurry to go back. Hearing Fu Yuan's words, Jiang Hai said softly, but whether this is the case or not, probably only he himself knows. Today was the 5th day of the new year. To be exact, after the 5th day, the new year was over for ordinary people, and Jiang Hai also chose to leave Bingqing and return to Boston today. Compared to Jiang Hai, who could leave whenever he wanted, Fu Yuan was not as well off. He had to stay at home with his father. His mother could only leave after the 10th day of the new year. Moreover, he could only go to Jiang Hai's place to play for a few days, because they were only on the 15th day of the new year. There was still a week of annual leave, which added up to 12 days. Even if they took 4 days to travel between the two places, they only had 8 days to play. Originally, he thought that when Jiang Hai came back this time, he could go with him, but he did not expect that Jiang Hai would leave on the 5th day of the new year. It was not very appropriate to say that Jiang Hai left. The reason why he was in such a hurry to go back was that the incident at his manor seemed to be a bit out of control. Because he received a call from Rabinci the day before yesterday, saying that someone had sneaked into his manor, but after being bitten by little Huang, he forced himself to escape. The police were involved in this case, and Jiang Hai also called Moses Adams and asked him to take care of things from time to time. But even so, the security of Jiang Hai's manor did not need to be too worried. After all, after this incident, Rabinci and Ai Dehua were more cautious about the issue of protection. The police also came to patrol every few minutes. After all, even if Jiang Hai had the subsidy from Winthrop, he was definitely the biggest taxpayer in Winthrop town. If they did not protect him, who else could they protect? In addition, there was also Xiao Bai and little Huang. If these guys wanted to break in, they had to see if they were strong enough. The reason why he was in a hurry now was mainly because of two groups of people. The first group was his classmates. This was mainly Xianghua's fault. After Jiang Hai gave them the beef that day, Xianghua went out with a few other classmates on the second day of the new year. He drank too much and told them that Jiang Hai gave them the beef. When they heard that a jin of beef was worth 2,000 yuan and Jiang Hai gave them 10 jin without blinking, these classmates were tempted. These days, he did not know where they got Jiang Hai's phone number from. They asked him out and asked if he was at home. Jiang Hai did not know what to do. If these classmates could still be rejected, then his relatives that he had almost forgotten were another wave of trouble. Among his classmates, there was a mother who was his second aunt's colleague. They usually had a good relationship. When she called, she told them. This time, all of Jiang Hai's relatives knew that Jiang Hai was successful, rich, and successful in the United States, so these relatives came to his door. In the face of classmates, he could still reject, but in the face of relatives, although Jiang Hai disdained them, it was really not good for him to say harsh words. When Jiang Hai's mother passed away, these relatives did not even come to the funeral, let alone to take care of her. Even if they did come, they would just throw a few hundred yuan in a hurry. Then, they would say that they had something to do or that they were still at work and leave directly. Speaking of this, he had to thank Qi Li's mother. She was the one who called a motorcade and helped to call over a dozen people so that the old man could leave without being too shabby. It was really like the tea cools down when the person leaves. In the face of such relatives, Jiang Hai would be strange if he cared about them. Except for buying some gifts for his uncle, who used to be good to his family, he did not care about anyone else. However, his cold treatment could not make these people quiet down. So in the end, Jiang Hai had to hide in advance. In fact, he could also go out to play, but after thinking about it, it was better to go directly to the manor than to other places. Speaking of which, after being out for these days, he really missed the people and scenery in the manor. Hey, I'm just saying. You said that it was the first time I took such a long plane, and no one talked to me or anything. How boring. In fact, taking a plane was a very boring thing. Taking a train, you could see the scenery, but taking a plane, besides looking at the clouds, what else could you see? Fu Yuan also had the capital and appearance to flirt with the stewardess. If he asked for a drink, she might not even care about him. Well, don't mutter. Isn't it just 5 days? I'll pick you up in New York. Looking at Fu Yuan, Jiang Hai smiled. When he was eating on the first day of the new year, he also asked his friends if they wanted to go to Boston. Unfortunately, although these people were a little tempted, they were a little reluctant to pay for the plane tickets. Flying from Wuxia to the United States, even if there was a discount, a round trip would cost at least 10,000 yuan. Why couldn't this 10,000 yuan be used? Their financial conditions didn't allow for it either. Jiang Hai did not lack the money, but he knew that if he took all the money, these people might not agree. Everything must follow the rules. They were friends, and there was no problem of who would take advantage of who. They were not flattering each other, and they were not in a superior and subordinate relationship. They were equals. It would be different if they needed help, but now, they could not open their mouths. Jiang Hai also knew that they had to maintain their self-esteem, so after mentioning it, he didn't say much. In the end, only Fu Yuan took a plane to Boston on the 10th day of the new year to look for him. While the two were chatting, they had arrived at Bing City Airport. He had just returned for 6 days, and he did not expect to leave so soon. When he came, he only carried a bag, and when he left, he also carried a bag, because Jiang Hai had bought too many things, he sent them back to Boston first. This time, Jiang Hai bought a lot of things based on the principle of staying in Boston. 100 packets of garlic chili sauce, 10 boxes of Lao Gan Ma spicy beef sauce, 100 packets of xiangqi sauce. These were specially used for cucumbers and lettuce. Other than these, there were also lots of sauces and pickles. Jiang Hai liked to eat oregano, xiaowei, a type of radish pickled vegetable, authentic Korean spicy cabbage, etc. Other than these things, there were also many Bing City specialties. For example, dried sausages. Jiang Hai had bought 50 jin of dried sausages, and all the sausages were lean meat. Although the dried sausages were a bit dry, it was fine as long as Jiang Hai liked to eat them. Other than these, there was also Bing City's barbecued pork. It was air-dried and tasted good. It was also 50 jin. There were also barbecued sausages, which were the so-called extended children's sausages. It was a type of Bing City's red sausages. Bing City's red sausages were the best in the world. Regardless of whether Fengyu liked to eat them or not, at least the reputation of Bing City's red sausages was much better than other places' red sausages. As for the black pigs, black sheep, etc., Fengyu had asked around these few days. If Fengyu wanted them alive, he could go to the local government to apply for a farm permit. If the government allowed it, he could sell them to Fengyu. But if Fengyu wanted to ship them to Boston, there were no doors or windows. But Jiang Hai did not want to send some mutton and pork back. Although there were not many mutton and pork in the US, they were still available. If they were not alive, the taste would be discounted. This was also one of the biggest headaches for Jiang Hai. But luckily, he had bought a lot of vegetables recently. A few days ago, Fengyu went to a high-class tea house to drink tea. As he was generous, he drank almost all the teas in the tea house. He had also figured out some things about tea. Tea was generally divided into green tea and black tea. The black tea in the UK was the black tea from Wuxia. Maybe it was because they liked the slightly bitter taste. This was just like coffee, and black tea was the coffee of the aristocrats. Of course, the price of good tea was much more expensive than the best coffee. But Jiang Hai did not feel anything about black tea. He felt it was too bitter. But he had started to like green tea. Huaxia's green tea was also divided into many kinds. Longjing, Biluakun, Maofeng, Guanpian, Yinjian, Maojian, Yancha, and so on were all green tea. After drinking so much tea, Jiang Hai felt the most comfortable with 3 kinds of tea. One of them was the Longjing tea, which was known as the king of green tea. However, Longjing tea was also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The best was the Westlake tea, followed by the Zhejiang tea. The Westlake tea was also divided into 5 categories: lion, dragon, cloud, running, and plum tea. However, the Longjing tea from Cloud and Running was no longer available, because these 2 places had become tourist attractions, especially Running Tiger. The Longjing tea from Running Tiger was the best. Among the Lion, Dragon, and Plum tea, Maijiawa's Longjing tea was ranked lower. However, even if it was ranked lower, the top-grade Longjing tea from before the Ming dynasty could still be sold for 2,000 to 3,000 a jin. Lion Mountain's Longjing was even more expensive. Before the Ming dynasty was sold at 5,000, and it might not even be available. Jiang Hai bought Maijiawa's Longjing. After all, he bought a lot. He bought 10 cans for 500 yuan. In addition to Longjing, he also bought a May bamboo green and golden altar sparrow tongue. The price was almost the same. Jiang Hai bought a lot of things that added up to more than 400 caddies. He spent less than 10,000 yuan. But to buy these tea leaves, Jiang Hai spent more than 10,000 yuan. But these were all obtained by him, so he endured it. But to find an international express delivery to Boston, he spent more than 8,000 yuan. The postage was almost as expensive as the price of the things, which made Jiang Hai's heart ache. But there was no way, Boston didn't sell it. The things were left 2 days earlier than Jiang Hai. If Jiang Hai left now, the things should arrive when he went back. Now that the tea leaves were in his backpack, he was wondering if he should get a few tea plants for himself. But there was no way, and he didn't know how to do it. He had to go back and ask. He just didn't know if Luo Binci and the others knew how to do it. Thinking about the rough character and style of the American people, Jiang Hai felt a little unsure. Shaking his head and saying goodbye to Fu Yuan, Jiang Hai also boarded the plane to the imperial capital. Chapter 186. Boss, this way. When Jiang Hai came out of New York's JFK airport, he saw Philemon Turner waving to him from a distance. Seeing Philemon Turner here, Jiang Hai also walked out quickly with his backpack. Hey, boss, you're back so early. I thought you would stay for another week before coming back. Seeing Jiang Hai, Philemon stepped forward and hugged Jiang Hai, and then his broken mouth disease completely broke out, and he quickly said to Jiang Hai. How dare I not come back? If I didn't come back, you would have turned the sky upside down. He smiled and punched Philemon in the chest. Hey, boss, this time it has nothing to do with me. I can only say that your fish farm is too eye-catching, but I have to admit, boss, you raised 2 good dogs. Why didn't I see it at the beginning? Those 2 dogs were so powerful that they bit a man. If this guy wasn't so ruthless, he would rather have a piece of meat torn off to escape. He would have been caught alive by us, these damn white-skinned pigs. Sitting in the driver's seat, Philemon kept cursing. Wow, you dare to call me a white-skinned pig here, aren't you afraid that Robbins and Ed will come to trouble you? Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai said with a little surprise. They can't hear me now, I believe my boss won't complain, right? Huh, okay, my boss, let's go. Looking at Jiang Hai's words, Philemon pretended to wipe his sweat, then stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped out. After leaving the airport, they sped all the way to the north. The distance from New York to Boston is actually not too far. It's only 400 or 500 kilometers. Including the place where Jiang Hai lives, it's only 5 or 6 hours of driving. However, it's quite tiring for one person to drive for 5 or 6 hours, but Jiang Hai can also drive. The two decided to drive every 2 hours, so it doesn't matter. On the road, Jiang Hai's F-650 was running very fast, constantly moving forward on New York's highway. On the road, they could often see some tour buses. It was the Wuxia New Year, so there were definitely many people who came to the United States to play. After all, for the current Wuxia, although the poor still accounted for the majority, there were more and more rich people. Through the car window, Jiang Hai could clearly see that the bus was filled with people wearing different colored water hats. They were listening to a tour guide who was standing at the front of the bus. Looking at these people, Jiang Hai also felt a bit emotional. Thinking back, these people were his goal. People who could go abroad to play at the end of the year were undoubtedly very enviable. But now, it seems that he had unknowingly surpassed most of these people. At least in terms of wealth, most of these people could not be compared with Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai was a bit surprised. But now, it seemed that he had unknowingly surpassed most of these people. Unknowingly, the car had already driven out of New York and entered Massachusetts. The scenery along the way was actually not very good. If it was spring, summer, or autumn, the scenery along the way would be very good. Although there were no famous mountains or rivers, there were mountains, rivers, and fields, which made people feel very comfortable. But now, after all, it was just the beginning of spring, so there was more snow on the ground that had not melted. Some small rivers that could be seen on the side of the road were flowing slowly, but there were still some residual ice on the edge. Some grasslands in the distance were also withered at this time. Only some green light on the branches of some trees by the roadside could be seen, which represented the aura of new life. "Boss, I have to admit that the manor you bought is indeed a treasure land, you know? When we finished clearing the snow, we found that the grass under the snow was still green. They actually grew ahead of time, so we didn't need to re-sow grass seeds. Not only did this save us a lot of money, but it also allowed our cows to eat fresh grass faster." Looking at the bleak scenery outside, Philip said with a proud face. But when Jiang Hai heard this, he was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Because other people didn't know what was going on with the grass, but Jiang Hai was very clear. If it weren't for his blood, his manor would also be bleak at this time. Fortunately, these people didn't think that the grass was supernatural, which made Jiang Hai feel relieved. In the blink of an eye, Philip drove for more than 2 hours. In order to prevent him from getting too tired, Jiang Hai took the initiative to switch to the driver's seat at the next rest stop. After the two ate some snacks in the rest stop, Jiang Hai continued to drive towards his manor. Although Jiang Hai's physical fitness is very strong, after driving for more than an hour, he couldn't concentrate anymore. His eyes were looking around. At this time, he passed by a tour bus. He glanced back and saw that the people inside the bus were eating lunch. Some of them might be northerners. At this time, they were eating red sausages. When he saw the red sausages, he suddenly remembered the things he sent. "By the way, have you seen the things I sent?" Looking at Philip, Jiang Hai asked with a smile. "Things? What things?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip froze for a moment, then asked with some doubts. "It's a big bag of things. There's a lot of food and some spices in it. Didn't you see them?" Hearing Philip's words, Jiang Hai was also stunned. "His things have been sent for almost 4 days, why haven't they arrived yet?" "No, I didn't see them." Looking at Philip's serious expression, Jiang Hai frowned slightly. He took out his mobile phone and called the express delivery company. As a result, he learned that the things hadn't been delivered yet. "These damn guys, why are they so slow?" After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hai's brows wrinkled. Multinational express delivery companies, after all, were different from domestic ones. They needed to go through customs to check if this thing could be sent abroad by plane. If it was off-season, it would take about 4 or 5 days for it to be sent abroad. However, they were very busy recently. Some people who were abroad couldn't go home during the holidays. Most of their family members would choose to send them some things. Even if they couldn't go home, they could still experience the taste of their hometown, right? Therefore, this caused the workload of the customs to increase. It was precisely because of this that multinational express delivery companies generally said that the delivery time was 1 week to half a month. Sending it within half a month wasn't considered a dereliction of duty. Now that he heard it, Jiang Hai really didn't know what to say. However, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed after returning to the country. In addition to his own food, there were also some toys that he had brought back for his subordinates. In fact, it wasn't anything expensive. It was more of a thought. Other than some food, there were mainly cigarettes and wine. Don't think that the people in the United States didn't give gifts. In fact, they would give gifts if they wanted to. It was just that if they didn't have a very, very close relationship, the officials wouldn't dare to accept gifts. But usually, when they visited each other, they would give gifts. For example, when a family was having a birthday party, or just ordinary gatherings, they would give gifts. The thing that the people in the United States gave the most was the red wine rack. Heaven knows, Jiang Hai didn't have that much red wine in his house. Other than the red wine rack, some homemade biscuits, cakes, and so on were also very good gifts. It wasn't how expensive it was, but more of a thought. Compared to giving money in China, it wasn't so direct here. Jiang Hai had also stayed here for half a year. He had a rough understanding of the customs of the United States. So when he came back this time, although he didn't drink baijiu, he still bought some. Whether these people drank it or not, this was his thought, and these people would be very happy to accept it. But now, if he came back first and the gifts didn't arrive, it would indeed be a bit abrupt. There's no other way. Let's buy some gifts first. Seeing that the highway leading straight to Winthrop was in front, Jiang Hai sighed, turned the steering wheel, and ran in the direction of Boston. Seeing Jiang Hai's action, Philemon was also shocked. "Boss, aren't you going home? Why are you going to Boston?" Looking at Jiang Hai, Philemon asked strangely. "The gifts I bought for you are still in Wuxia. It will take at least a week for those things to arrive, so I'm going to get you some gifts first." Jiang Hai didn't hide it from Philemon, but said directly. "Hey, what gifts? It's the same if you give them to us in a few days." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philemon waved his hand. He really didn't care much about these things. The snow and the manor had almost melted recently. They were very busy every day. "Okay, I have the final say in this matter." Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai waved his hand and interrupted him. He stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed towards the northern part of Boston. Although Jiang Hai didn't know much about Boston, he had come here many times before. However, he had been here many times after all, so he was very clear about the general situation here. He especially remembered one shop. A shop that let him buy a lot of chickens. God knows why he was obsessed with it at the beginning. He didn't know how to cook chickens. What's the use of buying so many chickens? Chicken stewed with mushrooms. It's delicious, but what's the point of saying that if he doesn't know how to cook it? Jiang Hai is still raising those chickens. Although he didn't stew them with mushrooms, at least he solved the problem of eating eggs. As for that shop, he remembered it deeply. After turning a corner, he came to the shop that once cheated him. Although it was in the United States, it was obvious that this family still followed the old customs in China. The door of the small supermarket was pasted with two huge Fu characters upside down. According to the old people, this is called Fu has arrived. In addition to the Fu characters, there was also a couplet in front of the door. There were two strings of lanterns hanging on both sides of the couplet. It was very festive. Chapter 187. Welcome. When Jiang Hai entered the supermarket, because it was noon, the people here were eating there. A group of 7 people, including 2 salespeople and 4 people wearing security guard uniforms. In addition to being responsible for the security here, they also need to move goods and replenish the supermarket. In addition to these staff, there were only 2 people who looked like outsiders. A middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 40s, was sitting there in casual clothes, and the old man who tricked Jiang Hai to buy a chicken last time. As soon as she saw Jiang Hai come in, a girl wearing a waiter's uniform who was sitting there eating stood up immediately and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, the other people here also turned their heads. "Oh, it's you, little brother. Have you finished the chicken?" Seeing that it was Jiang Hai, it was obvious that the old man here still had some impression of Jiang Hai. He couldn't help but smile and say. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "No, I'm raising it to lay eggs." While responding, Jiang Hai walked into the supermarket. "Raising it to lay eggs? Sigh. You young people just don't know how to cherish it. Only this kind of chicken that has not laid eggs can make delicious chicken stew. The meat is firm, just like a woman. It is worthless after giving birth, cough. Little Lu, I'm sorry." As soon as he heard Jiang Hai's words, the old man here said subconsciously, but when he said it, he remembered that there was a girl beside him, so he said it with a smile, but the girl blushed. "You think I don't know that chicken stew is delicious? The problem is that I don't know how to make it." Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai said afterward. If you don't know how to make it, why did you buy it? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man here couldn't help but be stunned and said with some doubts. I was fooled by you. Jiang Hai's eyes looked at the old man in front of him contemptuously, making the old man a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but touch his nose and laugh. Cough, if you don't know how to make it, you can also return it. Although he was embarrassed, he still said with a little confidence. Forget it. I've circled a piece of land for them in my manor. I'll feed them some food and they'll look for insects to eat. They're pretty good when they're alive. I've eaten their eggs, and they're very delicious. They're much better than the eggs you buy here. Although Jiang Hai didn't eat those chickens, Jiang Hai liked the eggs they laid very much. After all, the grass at his place was sprinkled with his blood. They were all improved varieties, so the insects eating the grass in the grass were naturally improved varieties. After these chickens ate these insects, the eggs they laid not only had the taste of eggs, but also the smell of grass. They were also very refreshing and tasted very good. Moreover, even if he didn't check, Jiang Hai knew that the nutrition inside was extremely rich. Because he didn't buy a rooster to pick the eggs, those eggs couldn't hatch into chicks. Jiang Hai ate them with peace of mind. Hey, you are quite good. The eggs of these free-range chickens aren't much cheaper than chickens. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man here also nodded in appreciation. Indeed, a free-range chicken egg was sold for about 1 yuan. Even if it was only laid once every 2 or 3 days, it could lay more than 100 eggs a year. This way, the money for the chickens would be earned back, and the old hen wouldn't be wasted. It was still very good for making soup. What are you going to buy this time? Perhaps there was some guilt in his heart. Seeing Jiang Hai come in, the old man here also stood up and was ready to introduce to Jiang Hai with a smile. Dad, let me greet the guest. Seeing the old man stand up, the middle-aged man over there also stood up and said eagerly. Hurry up and eat. You still have to go to school in a while. This kid only knows how to cause trouble all day long. I can still eat when I am hungry. Don't get up. Come, young man, let's go here. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, the old man smiled and walked over. Nodding to the middle-aged man over there, Jiang Hai walked to this side of the goods area. As soon as he came over, the old man asked him. It can be seen that the old man usually doesn't mean anything. He still likes to talk very much. What do you want to buy? Isn't it the new year? I returned to China a few days ago, but the things sent by express delivery haven't been delivered yet. But this time I came back, I have to at least give some gifts to the workers in my manor. I thought that you have more things here, so I came to take a look. Jiang Hai glanced at the things on the shelves and explained. Well, it's true that it's not easy to make a trip back to China. I have to bring something back, but you don't know that they don't really give gifts. Even if it's Christmas, only relatives will give gifts. The things they want are more focused on practicality, not price or origin. After all, the old man had stayed in the United States for much longer than Jiang Hai, so he naturally knew more. Most of the gifts given by ordinary people in the United States were very practical or very cheap. There is no such thing as too many gifts here. If you give the wrong thing, they will really turn hostile. And the most important thing is that they basically won't return the gift. This is also something that makes many Wuxia people uncomfortable. But fortunately, Jiang Hai doesn't care about this. He just hopes that these people can work hard for him. Other than that, he doesn't care. When you give something, it mainly depends on who you give it to. Men, women, blacks, whites, South Americans, or Asians. All countries and all races are very particular. If you really can't figure it out, you can give a red wine rack. This is also one of the most tacit things here. Looking at Jiang Hai, who was listening carefully, the old man began to talk non-stop. Jiang Hai also calculated in his heart. Most of the people in Jiang Hai's manor are white. Robbins Garcia, Burke Dollar, Harriman Fells, Bell Lester, Edward Anderson, Tommy Charles, and Marlon Rupert are all white. These people are all white. Philemon Turner and Eleanor Cece are black. Andrew Christian is Latin American. So, the things he prepared are all the same. If it's a white person, it also depends on where his ancestry is. If it's a descendant of England, you can give him black tea. He will definitely like it. If it's a descendant of other countries, such as Ireland or France, you can give him coffee and cheese. He will like it very much. If it's a black person, you can give them coffee and oatmeal. Of course, you can give them some handicrafts, such as this Wuxia festival, they will also be very happy. If it's a Latin American, I recommend you give them this. Lao Gan Ma, they love this thing. But other than this thing, you can decide for the other food. In fact, to be honest, I have been in the United States for more than 10 years, and I really haven't seen too many foreigners who like to eat our Wuxia's authentic Wuxia food. They eat more of the improved food. As the old man spoke, he introduced the things in front of him to Jiang Hai. And his words also made Jiang Hai, who originally wanted to give some sausages, barbecued pork, and so on, stop for a moment. Indeed, he had been in the United States for a period of time. It was impossible to say that he did not want to eat Wuxia food. However, he had also eaten at the Wuxia restaurant here. The taste of the food was quite different. There were many restaurants on the streets here. Sichuan cuisine and Cantonese cuisine were the two main series. Other than that, there were some Shandong cuisine restaurants mixed in with restaurants in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. However, the taste of the food made in these restaurants was really similar to Jiang Hai's. Americans did not like to eat salty things or bones, so basically, all the freshwater fish dishes were not fated with them. Their taste was more sweet and sour, and this sourness was not acetic acid, but the kind of sourness that was found in Cantonese cuisine. The taste was somewhat similar to Cantonese cuisine, but it was also heavier and more sour than Cantonese cuisine. If one were to talk about it, it was somewhat a combination of Cantonese cuisine and Zhejiang cuisine. Even though Jiang Hai's favorite dish was double-cooked pork, to be honest, he was not used to eating Wuxia food in the United States. However, this kind of taste was the favorite of the people in the United States. No matter where you did business, sticking to the authentic taste was not the way to make a fortune, especially in the restaurant industry. The most important thing was to cater to the local taste. Even in Jiang Hai's opinion, this was no longer Chinese food. It only had the shape, but not the taste. This was also why Jiang Hai would rather eat steak and fried cod sticks at home every day, although he would get tired of eating them. What about the wine? After looking around, Jiang Hai found that there were still a lot of Wuxia wine in the shop. Although the price was much more expensive than in China, Jiang Hai still asked because he also bought a lot of wine by express delivery. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man waved his hand and said with disdain, "They won't like to drink our wine." Speaking of which, the Westerners who like to drink our wine the most are the Russians. They especially like to drink our wine with high alcohol content. I heard your accent, you should be from the Northeast. Then you should know. When Westerners drank, they liked to drink wine that was soft and smooth. Just like the four base wines, it was like this. No matter how strong the alcohol was, it would burn and roll in the stomach, but at least it had to taste good. However, Wuxia wine was more of a sauce smell when it entered the stomach. First, it was warm, and second, it was comfortable. Of course, there were also pure spiciness like burning knives, but drinking that kind of wine was not good for the body. Most Westerners did not like Wuxia wine, except for the Russians, who were from the Soviet Union. In the past, Jiang Hai had heard that because Black Dragon Province, where Bing City was located, was only a river away from Russia, so there were often Russians coming from the port to Wuxia to drink. Jiang Hai even heard that in the 80s and 90s, a bottle of Northeast aged wine, the kind that cost a few RMB, could be exchanged for 3 purebred Caucasus dogs at the border. At that time, one Caucasus dog was sold for 200 renminbi. 1 or 300 yuan could also be exchanged for gold directly. When gold was 80 yuan per gram, a bottle of wine could be exchanged for 2 or 3 grams. It was really a good deal. Of course, there were also a lot of risks. If someone was a thief or provoked the opposite party and was killed, then their death would be in vain. No one would stand up for them. Chapter 188. Let's go. Carrying several large bags of gifts, Jiang Hai returned to the car and said to Philemon, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Philemon looked back at the large bags that Jiang Hai brought back and looked inside curiously. After discovering that there were many handicrafts inside, his face was filled with a smile. Indeed, compared to food and drinks, they were more interested in these Wuxia handicrafts that represented mysterious symbols. The car engine started, and not long after, it sped all the way to the highway. After another half an hour or so, Jiang Hai had stopped in front of his manor. After entering the command, the manor's gate opened, and Jiang Hai's car quickly drove in. Before the car arrived at the parking lot in front of the villa, there were already several figures waiting for Jiang Hai's arrival in the parking lot. Looking from afar, these several tall and short figures were the closest people to him here. Robbins and Ai Hua, who represented the cowboys and fishermen, smiled at Jiang Hai, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Standing next to them were Delina and Marian. These 2 little girls who came to Jiang Hai's place in the winter had recovered after a few months of good living. Their weight had risen sharply, and their figures had become better. Perhaps it was because they really pitied these 2 girls, and the 2 girls did not have any bad records, so in the manor, a group of women led by Mrs. Philemon, were very concerned about these 2 girls. Sometimes, when they went to town to buy vegetables, they would specially bring back some clothes and snacks for the 2 girls. Jiang Hai was not a sissy, so there were very few snacks in his house. At most, there were some dried prunes and dried apricots. However, most children did not like to eat these things. Now, most of the clothes of the 2 girls were bought by Mrs. Philemon. Although Jiang Hai knew about this, he did not refuse their kindness. First, it was because the things were not very expensive. Second, it was because, after all, Delina and Marian were girls, and it was not easy for Jiang Hai to buy some personal clothes. He was still single, and with Mrs. Philemon's help, this was the best result. At this time, the 2 girls were standing in the parking lot. They were wearing a light yellow woolen top and a short skirt that reached their knees. Of course, they were not crazy enough to wear stockings or nothing at all. They also wore very thick leggings. However, because they were too thin, their legs were still abnormally thin. She was also wearing a pair of black flats. Jiang Hai didn't know what Mrs. Philip and the others were thinking. Originally, Jiang Hai couldn't tell the difference between the 2 sisters. Now that they were dressed like this, it was even harder to tell them apart. In addition to these 4 people, Jiang Hai's 4 pets were also gathered here at this time. Xiaobai and Little Yellow were carrying Bucktooth and Chirpy on their backs. However, Bucktooth did not dare to play on Little Yellow's back. He only dared to play on Xiaobai's back. But Qiuqiu didn't know much about this. After these days of growth, this little white-headed sea eagle's body had gradually grown a lot, and the feathers on its body had also gradually become plump. It was no longer like that gray thing at the beginning. Its pair of eyes were slightly more handsome, but it still could not fly. It only knew how to flap its wings at home. Especially during the days when Jiang Hai was not around, it did not stop causing trouble. Now that it saw Jiang Hai coming back, its eyes were full of surprise. When they saw Jiang Hai coming down with the 2 big bags, the 4 little ones immediately rushed over. This was the longest time they had been away from Jiang Hai since they were taken as pets by Jiang Hai. When they left, these guys were still a little heartless, but now that Jiang Hai was back, they went crazy. Even little Yellow, who was usually cold, deliberately ran to Jiang Hai's legs at this time and kept rubbing its head against the corner of Jiang Hai's trousers. Okay. I know you all miss me. Be good, be quiet, be quiet. With so many things in his hands, Jiang Hai couldn't spare them. He could only comfort these crazy little guys with words. Fortunately, when Daliana and Marian saw Jiang Hai's look, they ran over with smiles and took the bags in Jiang Hai's hands. It's so cold, why did you come out wearing so little? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? After letting the 2 girls take the things in their hands, Jiang Hai freed his hands and touched the 2 girls' hair, pretending to be dignified as he said to the 2 girls. However, his dignified manner was nothing to the 2 girls. They all smiled. Daliana directly carried the bags into the house, while Marian gestured to Jiang Hai with one hand, telling Jiang Hai that their clothes were actually very thick. Moreover, they had just come out of the villa, so they would not catch a cold in such a short time. Looking at her cute appearance, Jiang Hai messed up her hair again, then comforted the little guys. After being intimate with these little guys, Jiang Hai brought them into the house. Of course, Luo Binci and Ai Dehua also came in. In addition to welcoming Jiang Hai, they also had to report the situation of these days face to face. As for the driver, Philip, after parking the car, he also followed them into the house. After entering the house, the enthusiasm of these little guys finally subsided a little, and the 2 girls took them to the 2nd floor to play. As for Jiang Hai, he deliberately took out the tea leaves he bought from his backpack, made some Westlake Longjing tea, brewed a pot of tea, and put it on the table. Of course, everyone had a share. Boss, what is this? Looking at the undulating leaves in the cup and smelling the strong bean fragrance, Philip asked with some doubts. This is the tea leaves of Wuxia, the first of the top 10 green tea, Westlake Longjing tea, you can try it. If you don't like it, I will go and make coffee for you. Hearing Philip's words, Jiang Hai motioned them to try it first. Tea leaves, I haven't drunk it for a long time. This thing is not so easy to buy in the United States, and the ones in those Wuxia stores are not ordinary expensive. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the others did not move, but Luo Binci picked up the cup with interest. Although it was only the worst glass cup, he was still very happy. He drank tea leaves a long time ago, more than 10 years ago, when he worked in Texas. At first, he didn't like this kind of light taste very much, but after drinking it for a few days, he found that this kind of light taste was really good and comfortable. If he didn't drink it for a long time, he would miss it because the food in the United States is too sour and too oily. It's good to drink green tea occasionally to clear the stomach, but after he left the ranch, it was difficult to drink tea again. The mainstream drink in the United States is still coffee. If you buy it at home, you can buy it with ground coffee or coffee beans, which are much cheaper than tea leaves. After all, the United States does not grow coffee, so in some tea-producing areas in the South, tea leaves are sold for 100 yuan per caddy. When they are shipped to the United States, they dare to sell it for 200 yuan per caddy. This is not a small burden for a cowboy with an average income. If you drink a caddy of tea leaves every day, you can drink it for about half a year, but if you buy coffee with 200 yuan per caddy, you can drink it for 3 years. This is a 6 times difference, plus the tea leaves that cost 100 yuan per caddy. How can this be considered good tea leaves? In China, good tea leaves that cost thousands of yuan or even tens of thousands of yuan per caddy are absolutely priceless in the United States. Originally, Robbins really didn't know that Jiang Hai likes to drink tea because he has never seen him drink it. But now, it seems that he can come to Jiang Hai's place to drink tea in the future. He immediately picked up the tea in front of him and gently blew the tea leaves that were still floating on the water surface. He took a small sip, and the fragrance instantly filled his mouth. There are many good and bad tea leaves. First of all, the most important thing is that the tea leaves can't have a bitter taste in the mouth. Jiang Hai spent so much money, so naturally, it is impossible for him to buy a bad tea. After taking a sip of tea, Robin's face showed a trace of a smile. As for Ai Hua and Philip, after seeing Robin's expression, they also took a small sip in a suspicious spirit. But then, they frowned. They weren't scalded, but they were used to the taste of coffee. Drinking tea leaves would indeed make them feel that it wasn't tasty enough. Looking at the two of them, Jiang Hai chuckled. Fortunately, he did not prepare to give tea leaves as a gift. Tell me about the recent situation in the manor. After taking a sip of tea from the purple sand cup he bought, Jiang Hai asked the three people in front of him. On the way back, Philip, the chatterbox, told Jiang Hai about it. But the specific situation can only be explained by the two people who made the decision. Hearing Jiang Hai's question, the two looked at each other, and Robbins started to explain. Because it was easier for him to explain, the situation at the ranch was very simple. The spring snow had melted, and the grass in the Jiang Hai pasture had not been frozen to death. There was no need to wait for it to sprout, and there was no need to replant it. All they needed to do was to clear the snow and let the cows out. With the work experience of the past few months, it was enough. With the help of the cattle dogs, it was easy to let the cattle out. In addition to the ranch, the vegetable garden was also officially reclaimed, but Jiang Hai still had to decide what to plant. Secondly, if Jiang Hai was going to make wine this year, it was almost time to start preparing now. Chapter 189. I know this, what about the fishery? Hearing Luo Binxi's words, Jiang Hai nodded. In fact, he also knew that the grapes were almost ripe and it was time to plant them. If it was in the northeast of Wuxia, they would start planting around March every year. After half a year, the grapes would be harvested in September. But this is Boston, which is much warmer than the northeast of Wuxia. The coldest time in winter is about -10 degrees Celsius at night, which is far worse than the northeast. So now they can plant grapes here. If they want to make red wine or ice wine, they can discuss it later, but the winemaker is not so easy to find. Unlike cowboys and fishermen, as long as there are acquaintances in the bar, they can definitely find a winemaker. A winemaker is a person with real craftsmanship. There is almost no gap for these people. Moreover, their income was quite high. They were indeed a high-income group in this country. At least, they wouldn't have much to do with cowboys and fishermen. If Jiang Hai wanted to find these people, he might have to find them through the union. This matter couldn't be rushed. Let's take it slowly. There are no problems in the fishery recently. The growth of the water grass is pretty good. The bait and the like have basically been scattered. Now we just need to go around the fishery every day and sprinkle some food for these animals to prevent them from migrating. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Edward Anderson hurriedly said, "No one is more concerned about the things underwater than him. When do we sprinkle the fry?" Looking at Edward Anderson, Jiang Hai also asked him. This mainly depends on the weather. As long as it is March, it is not too cold, and there are no continuous windy days, we can sprinkle the fry. I called Iron Bull the day before yesterday. He has already prepared the fry. These days, he is sterilizing and storing them separately. After all, it is such a big business. If it fails, his loss will be even greater. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua also said seriously. Hearing what Ai Dehua said, Jiang Hai also nodded. Jiang Hai is very relieved to leave the fishery to Ai Dehua. The reason why he asked this question now was mainly because he wanted to know what was going on. He couldn't possibly know nothing about his own fishery. If that was the case, his subordinates might not care too much about it. By the way, I heard that the fishery was attacked. What happened? After asking about the exact details of the ranch and the fishery, Jiang Hai turned his attention to the attack on the fishery. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua and Luo Binci, who were still laughing, became serious. After looking at each other, Ai Dehua spoke to Jiang Hai. It's not difficult to explain. The people in Boston already know about our fishery, but normal fishermen basically won't come and take risks. After all, we also have 5 good men, plus Luo Binci and the other cowboys. The fishery is still located in the coastal waters. Even some people from the ocean companies don't dare to come and fish, but there are some desperados who want to snatch a piece of meat from our mouth. Ai Dehua picked up the tea in front of him, took another sip, and slowly talked to Jiang Hai. In fact, this matter is easy to solve. Money moves people's hearts. The fish in Jiang Hai's fishery are not only fish, but also green dollars. Some fishermen in Winthrop and Boston naturally know that those fish are money. It is impossible to say that they are not tempted. However, this is the United States. The fishery was bought by Jiang Hai, which means it is his territory. The things in the water are naturally his. Although the United States basically does not execute the death penalty, there is no upper limit to their prison term. You can be sentenced to 300 to 500 years. Most people are still very respectful of the law. If they can still live, they are not willing to break the law. Although the United States is not a paradise, as long as they are willing to work, it is not a problem to survive. It is precisely because of this that most of the fishermen who have families and businesses and are not courageous will not come to Jiang Hai's fishery to steal fish. Some of the more courageous ones, after learning that Jiang Hai recruited 5 good men, basically did not dare to come over. This is because if they are caught stealing fish, not to mention being beaten to death directly, they will be beaten half to death. Then, their gains will not make up for the losses. One must know that almost everyone in the United States has a gun. This is Jiang Hai's territory. If they break in, it will be fatal. With these 2 rules, most of the fishermen's thoughts are basically blocked. However, there are always some people who are not afraid of death. Just like those guys who came to Jiang Hai's fishery to steal fish. According to Edward Anderson's introduction, these people should be from the southern part of Boston. He is not clear about the specific gang name, but it should be an Irish gang because the criminals are all white. When Ai Dehua and the others found out that these people were stealing fish, they sent a signal to ask them to leave. However, they were cursed by these people. At the same time, when they fired to drive these people away, these people actually dared to fight back. They were very tough. After that, they sailed the boat to force these people to leave. However, they did not expect the boat to sail too fast. The waves rolled up and almost overturned the boat that those people were in. As a result, one of them fell into the sea. Ai Dehua and the others originally thought that it would be fine. However, they did not expect that just as this person was about to board the boat, Jiang Hai's big idiot suddenly jumped out of the sea. It went up and bit this guy's thigh, directly tearing off a piece of flesh from his leg. After all, there was blood. This matter could not be resolved peacefully. In the end, Ai Dehua called the police. After the police came, they arrested these people. After all, stealing fish is not a big deal. The next day, they were bailed out. After that, there were always some strangers patrolling Jiang Hai's manor. However, the fishery was quiet. At first, Luo Binci and Ai Dehua did not pay much attention to it. It was not until a few days ago that these people actually climbed in and went to the front of the residential area. Fortunately, Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai were vigilant and felt that something was wrong. The two big dogs attacked and woke everyone up. At the same time, they also tore off a piece of flesh from a person's arm. However, this incident also reminded Luo Binci and Ai Dehua. It seems that the patrols at night should be strengthened in the future. Otherwise, who can guarantee that this kind of thing will not happen in the future? These guys are really getting bolder and bolder. Jiang Hai waved to Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai, who had done a meritorious deed. After calling them over, he rubbed their heads hard and narrowed his eyes at the same time. Although Luo Binci and Ai Dehua did not say it explicitly, Jiang Hai was not stupid. If these guys really sneaked into his manor, no matter what their purpose was, Jiang Hai could not help but worry. If they attacked the cows for revenge, then Jiang Hai's loss would be great. If they directly attacked the people, Jiang Hai could not help but tilt his head. The consequences would be unimaginable. I looked at the outer fence next to our gate. There is only barbed wire. How about we build a wall, then pull the barbed wire on top and connect it with electricity? I don't believe that they would dare to come in. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai first proposed an idea. But when they heard Jiang Hai's words, Philip, Luo Binci, and Ai Dehua's faces flashed with an unnatural smile. This kind of practice is very common in China, but it is not very common in the United States because the people in the United States advocate freedom and human rights. They are not willing to be locked in a narrow space, especially with walls that are isolated from the outside world. In most of the light punishment prisons in the United States, they use barbed wire to lock up prisoners, unlike the high walls in China. It can be seen how much the people in the United States hate being locked up. Jiang Hai looked at the appearance of these three people and knew what they were thinking in their hearts, so he just smiled and did not mention it. Since they are not willing to build a wall, then think of a way to strengthen the patrols. They can do this. At the same time, in addition to strengthening the patrols, they can also raise more dogs, but this time it is not to herd cattle, but to guard the house, so they must choose some fierce dogs, just like Jiang Hai's little Huang and Xiao Bai. I'll see you later. I've bought gifts for you. Come and pick them up at dinner time. Brother Philip, tell big sister to come and help cook if she's free in the afternoon. I'm going to take a look at my shark. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and it was time to give out rewards. The things that he brought back naturally had to be distributed. However, now was not the time. He wanted to go and see little Xia and Big Fool, whom he had not seen for a long time. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the three nodded and left Jiang Hai's villa. When Philip returned home, he went to call his wife to help. As for Jiang Hai, after giving the two sisters the things he bought, he rode his small car and left. He first went to the stable. At this time, the other horses in the stable had been released. After all, the cattle had begun to graze on the pasture, so the good helper of the cowboy naturally came in handy. The whole stable was empty. Only Jiang Hai's little Xia was still there, bored. When it saw Jiang Hai riding a small car, it couldn't help but snort happily. Jiang Hai's animals are very intelligent. After feeding it some carrots and chatting with it, Jiang Hai went to the dock, said goodbye to Ai Dehua, and drove a small boat to the depths of the sea. Shortly after Jiang Hai left the coral reef, a high dorsal fin rose from the sea. Feeling the excitement of the owner of the dorsal fin underwater, Jiang Hai smiled and took out a large piece of beef from his pocket. He used a knife to cut a drop of blood on his hand and smeared it on the beef. This is your reward. Jiang Hai took the meat and put it by the water. Before he finished speaking, a huge pulling force suddenly came from the meat. Before Jiang Hai could let go, he was pulled straight into the sea. Chapter 190. Bang! With a loud noise, countless water splashed in all directions. Jiang Hai's mouth was wide open in surprise as he plunged into the sea. When he first entered the water, Jiang Hai was still very scared and panicked, but when he felt that he could breathe, he remembered that he was not afraid of water. It must be because he hasn't done this for a long time, so he was also a little confused. Feeling that Jiang Hai was beside him, Big Dumb over there, while eating beef, swam around Jiang Hai happily. "What the hell are you doing? You made me wet." Looking at Big Dumb beside him, Jiang Hai patted him and said with a look of disgust. Indeed, Jiang Hai himself was not afraid of water. His physical fitness allowed him to not be afraid of the cold, but his clothes were not. His whole body was wet, and he still had to ride the motorcycle back. Thinking about it, well, it was hard to believe. Feeling Jiang Hai's mood, Big Dumb, who was still spinning fast, stopped spinning. Many sharks, like tuna, rely on swimming to breathe, but sand tiger shark is different. This kind of shark is more lying on the sand or in the cave during the day, and only comes out to hunt at night, so it can stop. After this guy stopped, Jiang Hai also started to observe this big idiot that he raised. Unknowingly, this Big Dumb has grown bigger and bigger. Sand tiger shark was originally very ugly. Now it's getting uglier and uglier, with a mouth full of big fangs, and a body that is far more than ordinary sand tiger shark, all of which indicate that this guy can be regarded as the overlord of the sea recently. The average sand tiger shark is only 3 to 3.5 meters long, but this sand tiger shark, after being improved by Jiang Hai's blood, plus here, it doesn't have to worry about not having enough to eat. Its body length has grown to more than 4 meters, and it seems to be still growing. If it continues to grow, Jiang Hai doesn't know if it will surpass the giant white shark in the sea, but it should not be a problem to surpass the tiger shark. At this time, the sunlight on the sea level is very strong, and the coastal seabed is also clearly visible. Looking along the sunlight, Jiang Hai saw countless small seaweeds on the seabed at this time, swaying with the water. The temperature of the sea is actually much higher than the temperature in the air, especially in winter. Look at Ice City, it's more than -20 degrees Celsius, and people still swim in winter. If it's more than -20 degrees Celsius, running on the shore with only underwear, no matter how fast you run, you will freeze to death. Therefore, after these seaweed seeds entered the seabed, they gradually grew by relying on the sediment on the seabed. Looking at it from afar, it looked like a grassland on the seabed. Although this grassland still looked a bit sloppy, it was still very ordinary. But this is a good sign anyway. At the same time, some small squid, octopus, and some small shells are constantly swimming on the soft sand or soil, looking for food. Although they are very curious and full of life, to be honest, the environment in the fishery is not very good now. Even if they grew up, they probably wouldn't be able to compare at all. Compared to the fishing grounds, the coral reef is really beautiful. Although this is Jiang Hai's second time in the sea, the first time he entered the sea, he was scared away by a shark swimming in the distance. This time, he has a bodyguard by his side, and he also knows that the sharks near the coral reef are not too aggressive. He is ready to try it. Follow me. Patting Big Dumb's head, Jiang Hai took the lead and swam toward the coral reef in the distance. When Big Fool saw Jiang Hai's action, he immediately swam over. While swimming, he vigilantly looked around. Although Jiang Hai can ignore the water pressure and breathe underwater, he can't swim like a fish. He can only swim like a human, so his speed is naturally not fast. The coral reef looks very close, but Jiang Hai swam for about 10 minutes before he reached the periphery. Speaking of corals, most people know about them and have seen them before, so they have some understanding of them. According to some knowledge channels, corals are actually piled up by the corpses of coral polyps. This saying is true, but also not true. Corals are indeed piled up by the corpses of coral polyps, but not just corpses, there are also living coral polyps. This creature is a very strange creature. When the larva of a coral polyp is born, it is directly fixed on the lime bone pile piled up by the corpses of its predecessors, which are the corpses of other coral polyps. The corals we see are actually a kind of shell secreted by the coral polyps, so it is not easy to form such a thing. A long time ago, humans could only rely on the sky to feed on corals, which is why corals in ancient times were so expensive. But in recent years, artificial breeding of corals has actually achieved a lot. The main enemy of corals is the polluted water. As long as the water is kept clean, the growth of corals is actually not slow. In some pure waters in South America and Australia, many people have completed the preliminary breeding of corals. In fact, they just need to get a few pieces of corals, then fix them on an iron net and place them in places where the ocean currents pass. In this way, the corals will grow almost every few weeks or even a few months. When they grow for more than a year, they can be sold as finished products. It is precisely because of this that now, except for a few precious red corals, corals of other colors, especially white and gray, are very cheap. After all, corals are tropical things. Although there are a lot of them in Jianghai's fishery, there are obviously not too many treasures. There is a large area of corals, but almost none of them have really grown into trees. Most of them are 10 or 20 centimeters high. Most of the corals growing on some reefs are white, gray, black, blue, and some are yellow, pink, and red. This is the only valuable coral species, but there are not many of them. Jianghai glanced at them and found only a dozen, and they are all relatively small, only about 10 centimeters high. They are not worth picking. Compared to corals, Jianghai does not know much about them. He only knows that these corals are not to be picked casually. The color of the corals was different. Not only was the price different, but there were also differences in the corals themselves. For example, black and gray corals had very low hardness. Jianghai didn't know how to mine them. Compared to corals, Jianghai was the one who understood the most about the marine products that came from the coral reefs. As soon as he swam over, Jianghai saw a few sea snakes in the distance, but these sea snakes dare not come to trouble Jianghai. They are not afraid of Jianghai, but the sand tiger shark behind Jianghai. In recent days, Big Fool has become the overlord here. This area is his territory, and no fish or creature dares to make trouble in front of him. Jianghai swam with Big Fool. Although it is a bit like a fox taking advantage of Big Fool's power, it is true that all evil creatures will retreat. Even Jianghai saw a huge eel. After seeing the Big Fool, it took the initiative to shrink back into its hole. This bodyguard was not hired in vain. With bursts of waves, Jianghai swam to the top of these coral reefs. He looked down and saw a lot of sea cucumbers on the sand and reefs on the ground. These sea cucumbers are almost 20 centimeters long, and there are small ones of all kinds. In addition to these sea cucumbers, there are many shellfish on the reefs, and even fist-sized abalones. Abalones were very valuable in China, but they weren't that valuable overseas. For example, in Australia, there were a lot of abalones in many parks and lakes. They were about the same size as these abalones, but they weren't allowed to be caught. Of course, the locals are not very interested in these things, but Jianghai is quite interested in these things. Beside the abalones, there are also a lot of big lobsters on the open space of the coral reefs. These Boston lobsters are even twice as big as the ones he ate in China. Maybe they felt Jianghai's attention. These lobsters also stopped, raised their big pincers, and aimed at Jianghai and Big Fool. In addition to lobsters, abalones, and sea cucumbers, there are also countless shrimp and all kinds of fish on the seabed. Countless clownfish are drilling in and out of the sea anemones growing on the reefs. They are having fun, but Jiang Hai does not dare to provoke these guys. Everyone knows that there are 3 kinds of creatures in the water that should not be provoked: sea snakes, jellyfish, and sea anemones. These 3 things are poisonous. Fortunately, Jiang Hai has learned a lot about the sea recently as a fish farm owner. He knows that there are some things that should not be touched casually, so as long as he sees them, he will stay far away. The seabed is much more fun than the coast. Unknowingly, Jiang Hai also played in the coral reefs under the water for more than an hour. In just over an hour, he had learned a lot of things that he couldn't learn from books or television. This is only the deepest part of the sea. If Jiang Hai dives to 100 meters or 200 meters, he does not know what it will be like. Humans are more afraid of the unknown when they are not strong enough. Take Jiang Hai for example. Originally, he planned to not go into the sea before he reaches level 3, but now that he accidentally fell into the water, his mind gradually became active. Maybe when he reaches level 2, he can go into the sea. Seeing that the sun was about to set in the west and had already dyed the sea red, Jiang Hai also reacted. This is the time to leave, but how can you leave empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Jiang Hai can't swim as fast as the fish, so he gave up on catching fish. But there is no reason for him to let go of those lobsters, sea cucumbers, and abalones. Chapter 191. He returned to his small boat. Fortunately, the boat that Jiang Hai originally bought was not a small boat. Otherwise, the boat would have drifted to God knows where without an anchor after more than an hour. Fortunately, after anchoring the boat, Jiang Hai took a net from the boat and entered the sea again. He first went to catch lobsters. Compared to abalones and sea cucumbers, lobsters were obviously more suitable for Jiang Hai's feeding. Generally speaking, a Boston lobster that weighed about a pound could be caught because this size was enough to sell in the market. However, Jiang Hai obviously didn't think so, so he didn't catch lobsters that were shorter than 60 centimeters. In the end, he caught 2 lobsters that were about 70 centimeters long. The net he brought was already full. Although he didn't go ashore to weigh them, Jiang Hai felt that these 2 lobsters weighed 7 to 8 catties each. In China, they definitely wouldn't be worth less than tens of thousands. However, in Jiang Hai's sea, they weren't the biggest. Jiang Hai even saw one that was nearly a meter long, but this lobster was obviously very lively. Ordinary lobsters were very stupid. After seeing danger, their first thought was not to run, but to hold up their pincers and fight head-on with others. There were no words in their dictionary to run or hide, so these guys were very easy to catch. However, this guy that had turned into a demon obviously couldn't be counted as one of them. However, Jiang Hai was already very happy to have caught these 2 lobsters. There was no need to kill them all. After catching these 2 lobsters, Jiang Hai began to grab the sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers were not very rare in the country. Of course, the price was a little expensive, but for the average working-class family, if they were ruthless enough to buy it, it would not be very expensive. It could only be said to be a high-end ingredient. However, in the United States, this thing was really worthless. People in the United States didn't eat sea cucumbers. Only specialized pharmaceutical companies would collect the internal organs of sea cucumbers to make medicine. Therefore, some fishermen would collect some internal organs of sea cucumbers when they were fishing. As for the sea cucumbers themselves, they would throw them back into the sea. No one ate this thing. In the few months that Jiang Hai had been in the United States, Jiang Hai had already gotten used to the squandering habits of the Americans. After knowing that Jiang Hai would eat sea cucumbers, Dehua and the others would not only send the Arctic lobsters and crabs they caught to Jiang Hai every time they returned from sea, but they would also send sea cucumbers. Therefore, Jiang Hai wasn't too greedy for sea cucumbers. If he wanted to eat them, he could just grab some at any time. Therefore, he didn't catch too many, only 20 or so. It was enough for him to eat 2 meals. However, Jiang Hai was very interested in abalones. This was because these abalones were attached to the reef. Usually, when fishing, unless the abalones were migrating, the fishing net wouldn't be able to scrape them off. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Hai wanted to eat them. After hurriedly catching some lobsters and sea cucumbers, Jiang Hai went to the reef and prepared to catch the abalones. The abalones were quite easy to catch because they just stayed there. The problem was that their suction force was very strong. How to get them off the reef was a very troublesome thing. Damn, so tight. Because Jiang Hai could breathe freely, he didn't care and went up to scrape the abalones. It turned out that he was thinking too much. With Jiang Hai's strength, he used 90% of his strength, but the abalones still stayed firmly on the reef. In fact, those who knew how to dig abalones knew that to dig them, one had to bring a small knife or a small shovel. Only then could the abalones be removed from the reef. Now that Jiang Hai was using his hands to scrape the abalones, it would be strange if he could pull them off. Jiang Hai vaguely remembered that when he was in primary school, he once learned a lesson. It seemed to be about a European. In order to prove the existence of atmospheric pressure, he made an iron ball. Then, he used 8 horses or even a few horses to pull it open for a long time. Jiang Hai's current physical fitness was the limit of a human. A human's strength couldn't be greater than a horse's, let alone 8 horses. Fortunately, this was an abalones. Jiang Hai might not be able to do anything to an abalones, but when it came to a stalemate, the reef wasn't that strong. With a bang, Jiang Hai finally got the abalones in his hands. However, at this time, under the abalones, there was a reef debris attached to it. In the end, the rock couldn't withstand it and exploded first. Looking at the abalones in his hands, Jiang Hai let out a long breath. This thing is too hard to dig up. Forget it, it's a victory if I can get one. I'll come back in a few days. Looking at the abalones in his hands, Jiang Hai decided not to fight with it anymore. Otherwise, when would he be done? Then, he put the abalones into his net. As for the reef debris, he would slowly scrape it off when he returned. Just as Jiang Hai was about to return, a golden light suddenly flashed in the corner of his eyes. What's going on? Seeing this golden light, Jiang Hai, who was about to leave, couldn't help but be stunned. He immediately turned his head and looked at the source of the golden light. Following Jiang Hai's gaze, a gold coin flashing with dark red light appeared in front of Jiang Hai. When he saw this gold coin, Jiang Hai was stunned. What's going on? There's an unexpected harvest from digging up an abalones? Immediately, he swam to the side of the reef and looked at it. In the end, he discovered that the base of the reef wasn't a reef, but a huge box. This box was about 1 cubic meter in size. What Jiang Hai pulled off was the top right corner of the box. He didn't know how long this box had been here, but he was sure of one thing. The things in this box were definitely not modern toys. It was very likely that they were antiques. Originally, a box of gold was enough to make Jiang Hai excited. Now that this box of gold was an antique, Jiang Hai's eyes were a little fiery. His first thought was to bring this box home, but after looking around, he found that there was no way to do so. In the end, he could only return to the ship and put the lobsters and sea cucumbers in the bag into the water trough. Then, he dived into the water again. This time, he didn't care about the box because the outside of the box was covered with reefs. He definitely couldn't move it. Instead of moving it with the worthless box, it was better to get the gold coins out first. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai didn't care about anything else. He directly knocked on the reef over there. Soon, he knocked a big hole. After confirming that there was nothing dangerous here, Jiang Hai began to take out the gold coins. One by one, he put the gold coins into the net he carried with him. Jiang Hai's eyes became brighter and brighter as he watched. While he was putting the coins in, Jiang Hai was also counting. There were a total of 427 gold coins in this box. Looking at these gold coins, Jiang Hai's hands trembled. He really made a fortune this time. He had been worried that he wouldn't have enough money. He didn't expect that someone would give him a pillow as soon as he fell asleep. The gold coins were about 15 grams each. Because Jiang Hai didn't know how long they had been refined, he estimated that these gold coins were at least 80 to 100 years old. After such a long time, it would be good if these gold coins could be refined to 10 grams after such a long time. There were 427 pills, which added up to about 4,000 grams. Based on the calculation of 200 per gram, that was only 800,000 yuan. This was in RMB, which was only a little more than $100,000 in US dollars. Although Jiang Hai didn't have much money, and he was quite short of money at the moment, he didn't lack $100,000 for such a big family business. What he cared more about was the historical significance behind these gold coins. Even if these gold coins only had 100 years of history, when the time comes, these 400 gold coins would not be exchanged for just a few 100,000. They would most likely become hundreds of thousands, millions, or even millions. This made Jiang Hai extremely tempted. Carrying these gold coins, Jiang Hai quickly returned to the boat. Without caring that his clothes were still wet, he took out a water tank and put the lobster, sea cucumber, and abalone on the top. As for the bottom, he put a layer of gold coins. Guard this place well. I'll come to see you when I have time. Patting the sand tiger shark's head, Jiang Hai started the boat's engine and sped toward the dock on the shore. By the time he came back, it was already past 6:00 in the evening. The earth was gradually covered in darkness. Only Luo Binci was still here because he was still a little worried about Jiang Hai going out to sea. When he saw Jiang Hai come back wet, he was also very surprised. When he learned that it was Big Fool who pulled Jiang Hai into the water, he couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Big Fool liked to pull people into the water. Jiang Hai's fishermen all had this experience, but this shark was really smart. It could recognize people in the fishery, so at first, everyone was very panicked when they were pulled into the sea, but then they slowly calmed down. It was just that Jiang Hai didn't know that. The two of them rode two modified four-wheeled motorcycles and sped all the way back to Jiang Hai's villa. When Jiang Hai returned, he found that the food and other things were basically prepared. The house was full of fragrance, which made Jiang Hai's fingers itch. The cowboys and fishermen were divided into two groups and gathered in Jiang Hai's living room to talk. As for Daliana and Marian, they were also happily chatting with the other 8 sisters. Since these girls came to Jiang Hai's manor, a lot of changes had happened. At least, they had enough to eat, wear warm clothes, and have some money to spend. There was an obvious change in their spirits. These days, they had gained a lot of weight. However, they didn't look fat because they were originally too thin. After gaining so much weight, they didn't even weigh more than 100 pounds. However, the more beautiful they were, the more they attracted the attention of the women. Chapter 192. When Jiang Hai pushed open the door of the villa, his figure also attracted everyone's attention. "Boss!" The cowboys and fishermen immediately greeted him with smiles, but the ones who walked the fastest were the 8 girls. But when the 8 girls saw Jiang Hai's wet appearance, they were all stunned. Then, they didn't care about the fishy smell on Jiang Hai's body and greeted him with smiles, each of them giving Jiang Hai a hug. Seeing these girls' actions, the women who were originally very wary of these girls calmed down a little. It seemed that these girls didn't have much interest in their old man. In fact, from their point of view, they didn't care what story Jiang Hai had with these girls. If Jiang Hai had the leisure to accept these girls, then they would definitely be the happiest. Hee, hello, I also bought you a gift. I'll give it to you after we finish eating. Although Jiang Hai already knew that a hug in the United States wasn't too much, he wasn't from the United States after all, so his face was a little awkward. But he was still holding the box in his hand at this time, so he couldn't let go because the box was full of gold coins. The door was only so big, so he couldn't dodge or let go, so he could only accept it with a red face and then said awkwardly, "Welcome back." Seeing Jiang Hai's appearance, the leader of the girls, Aphrodite Arnold, used sign language to signal to Jiang Hai. Seeing Aphrodite's watery eyes and obedient appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but shudder. He immediately drove out the things that he couldn't write in his mind and shouted to Luo Binci, who was watching the show in the distance, "Luo Binci, come and help." Okay. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Luo Binci also immediately walked over with a smile. Ai Dehua too. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai also said to Ai Dehua, who followed him in. Luo Binci might not understand why Jiang Hai wanted him to help, but Ai Dehua knew very well because he just opened the box in Jiang Hai's hand and saw that there were only 2 lobsters, some sea cucumbers, and an abalone. What was there to clean up? But since the boss spoke, Ai Dehua didn't refute, but nodded, and the 3 of them walked into the cold storage next to them. "Boss, isn't it just 2 lobsters? You usually clean up by yourself, why didn't you know how to clean up after returning to Wuxia?" Walking into the cold storage, Jiang Hai opened the lid of the box. As soon as he saw the things inside the box, Luo Binci smiled. He felt that Jiang Hai was making a big deal out of nothing. Eating lobsters is actually very simple. It's very simple in the United States. There are nothing more than 3 ways to cook it. Roast it, steam it, and bake it. Roast and bake it are very simple. Brush the dirty things on the shell, then fry the feet below, and cut a line from the back to clean up the dirty things. Steaming it is a bit troublesome. You need to brush the things on the shell clean first, then put it in water with sesame oil overnight. When it spits out the dirty things, it can be steamed. So the people in the United States don't eat steamed lobsters too much. For them, cleaning up lobsters is really not troublesome. As for sea cucumbers, they don't eat them. Abalone, there is only one. What's so good about it? Not this thing, it's this. Seeing the puzzled eyes of the 2 people, Jiang Hai rolled his eyes at them, then took off the top lid, revealing a pile of glittering gold coins below. "Oh my God, what is this, gold?" Seeing the gold coins below, Luo Binci, who was still laughing, instantly knelt on the ground. Looking at the gold in front of him, he felt a little dazed. Boss, where did you get this?" On the other hand, although Ai Dehua was slightly better off than him, he was also trembling all over. Although there wasn't much gold, the impact was indeed much greater than money and whatnot. Pointing to the gold coins in the box, Ai Dehua swallowed and asked in a low voice. "Shu, you 2 are the people I trust the most. That's why I asked you to give me some advice. I don't understand what's written on it. Is it valuable?" Jiang Hai made a gesture to the 2 of them to keep their voices down. He picked one up and said. The gold coin that Jiang Hai picked up is divided into 2 sides. On one side, there is a face of a person. It should be a fat man with not much hair. There is also an olive branch on his head. On the fat man's head, it is written George versus I de Gria. Jiang Hai can't understand what it means. The back seems to be a badge, but because it has been soaking in the water for too long, he is also a little unclear. He had seen it once when he was on the boat, and he didn't know what the hell it was, so he came back to ask these 2 people. It's not that Jiang Hai doesn't trust others, but the fewer people who know about this, the better. In this manner, Jiang Hai trusts his pets the most. In addition to the pets, there are only Luo Binci and Ai Dehua. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hand over the cowboys and fishermen to them. Even Delina and Marian don't make Jiang Hai feel at ease. I don't know. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Luo Binci on the other side first picked up a piece and looked at it, then shook his head helplessly. Hearing his words, Ai Dehua on the other side also picked it up. He was not very sure. He could only vaguely say, "This. I don't know, but it seems to be a British gold coin. What year is it?" Hearing Ai Dehua's words, Jiang Hai also touched his chin and thought for a while. I don't know this. I have to find a professional to identify it. Shrugging, Ai Dehua threw the gold coin back into the box. That, boss, we will go out first. This box of gold, although it is not much and it is not worth much if it is sold as gold, but if it is an antique, then it is worth a lot. You have to take care of it. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Binci stood up and said to Jiang Hai. To be honest, no one doesn't like money, but Luo Binci and Ai Dehua both know that their jobs are far from what money can buy, so their greed has not risen yet and they are strangled by themselves. Okay, I got it. Keep it as a souvenir for you. Don't tell others. Hearing Luo Binci's words, Jiang Hai also smiled with satisfaction. The reason why he called these two people in was mainly because he knew that these two people were very good at dealing with people. At the moment, he didn't say much. More than 400 gold coins, Jiang Hai didn't care much about it. He picked one from the pile and threw it to the two people. The two people didn't refuse. They put it in their arms carefully and then left the room. As for Jiang Hai, he first cleaned up the two lobsters and then simply cleaned up the sea cucumber. After a while, he can cook it directly in the evening. As for the money, he moved it to the second floor and put it in the closet. When he came down, he had already changed into new clothes as if nothing had happened. The banquet began. This night, it can be said that the guests and the host were happy. Everyone had a good meal. When they left, Jiang Hai also gave his gift. According to the old man of the Wuxia store, Jiang Hai's gift was not very expensive. It was more like some handicrafts and souvenirs, but these people were very happy. The group of people left happily. After these people left, only Daliana, Marian, and Jiang Hai stayed here. After the father and daughter group cleaned up the house, it was already very late, so they went back to their rooms to sleep. But after Jiang Hai lay in bed, he couldn't sleep. He couldn't sleep well if he didn't understand those gold coins. After thinking for a while, among the people he knew, it seemed that only Moses Adams could understand these things. So he called Moses Adams. Fortunately, Moses Adams had just returned home and hadn't gone to bed yet. When he saw that it was Jiang Hai calling, he immediately picked it up. He was still very concerned about Jiang Hai as a customer. Hi, boss, did you have fun in Wuxia? Why did you suddenly think of calling me? No, I came back today. It's like this. I got some gold coins in my fish farm. Can you help me check if they are valuable and when they are? Jiang Hai also knew that people in the United States like to be straightforward. After he greeted him, he went straight to the point. When he heard that Jiang Hai didn't call to exchange pleasantries, Moses Adams also became serious. Boss, I don't know much about these things, but you can send me a picture and I'll ask my friend. Don't worry, it won't leak out. Hearing Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai didn't hesitate. In terms of money, he still trusted Moses Adams. Jiang Hai immediately found a gold coin, took a dozen pictures of it from different angles, and sent them to Moses Adams. Not long after, Moses Adams replied, Boss, if I'm not mistaken, this gold coin of yours should be a George III gold coin minted in England in 1804. The current stock isn't too much, but it's not too little either. According to my friend, one coin is worth about $400. $400? Hearing Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of excitement in his words. Boss, do you have a lot of these gold coins? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams frowned. $400 was a lot. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai told Moses Adams the truth. Not a lot, only 400. That's less than 200,000. Boss, you don't have to go that far. After some calculations, 200,000 was not a lot for Jiang Hai. You don't understand. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Hai hung up the phone. 400 was not a lot. What if it was 4,000, or 40,000? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.